Few researchers have compared myths from the Baltic and Atlantic regions, but discovering parallels between them could reveal either cultural exchanges or ancient migrations from the Baltic shores to the Atlantic. A possible link might have persisted into the early Middle Ages and could help explain the roots of Arthurian legend in Celtic Britain. The island of Avalon, central to Arthur's myth, recalls the Baltic island Abylos, described by Pliny as near the Amber coasts and by Timaeus as Basilia, meaning royal. This resemblance led scholars like Jean Marchal to see a symbolic and perhaps historical connection between Avalon and the Baltic. In Warsaw, a legend tells of a prince turned into a stone bear, waiting for a kiss to restore his human form, a story that mirrors King Arthur's state of enchanted sleep on Avalon. The bear, whose name echoes Arthur's etymology from the Greek arctos, held sacred meaning across northern Europe. Near Mount Schlenja in Lower Silesia stands an ancient bear statue from the Lusacian culture, and in Finnish mythology, the bear symbolized ancestral spirits and was addressed only through respectful nicknames like Kontio. The golden apples of Avalon also recall those from the Garden of the Hesperides, which Heracles sought in his western journey. These appear again in the myth of Atalanta, who was nurtured by a bear and defeated in a race when distracted by Aphrodite's golden apples. In Baltic belief, the apple represented the sun goddess Sol, whose golden apple symbolized the setting sun. Latvian folk songs even describe her nocturnal journey in a golden boat. Another motif, the sacred water bird, connects Baltic and Atlantic traditions. The Slavic god Radagast was depicted with a bird on his head, much like the goddess of Dineolt in Brittany, who bore a goose. This imagery extended into Arthurian myth. Arthur's mother, Igraine, has a name derived from goose, and his helmet was called Goswif. Such symbols, also found in Adriatic Venetia, where warriors' helmets featured birds, suggest that elements of Arthurian iconography may preserve traces of a much older Northern European mythic heritage. The ancient land of Hyperborea was first linked to Great Britain by Hecataeus of Abdera, a Greek historian from the 4th century BC. According to Diodorus Siculus, he described it as a northern island, as large as Sicily, lying beyond the lands of the Celts. Its people, the Hyperboreans, literally those beyond the north wind, lived in a fertile land with a remarkably mild climate. The Greeks associated Hyperborea with the god Apollo, and Hecataeus even mentioned a great circular temple there. While Stonehenge has often been connected to this legend, it predates Celtic culture by millennia, making a direct link unlikely. Later writers like Pseudo-Simnus and Ptolemy placed Hyperborea in the far north, near the edges of Gaul and the North Sea, suggesting that the British Isles could have been its true location. Some even speculated that its people might have come from the Baltic region, especially since the island of Rügen in Pomerania was known as a sacred site of Apollo, the god associated with amber. Traces of Apollo's worship later appeared in Roman Britain, especially in southern Scotland. Inscriptions such as Deo Mapono from Vindolanda and Deo Mapono Apolloni from Corbridge identify the local deity Maponos with Apollo. Place names like Loch Maben, the Maben Stone, and the site Locus Maponi in the Ravenna cosmography confirm that this cult was widespread. Statues depict Mabon holding a harp and sometimes standing beside Diana, linking him to themes of light, music, and the hunt. The figure of Mabon also symbolized the autumn equinox, complementing the spring equinox, a seasonal division that echoes older Anatolian beliefs about gods being confined in winter and released in summer. This mythic figure spread widely across the Celtic world. In Ireland, Maponos was equated with Angus Mac In-Og, son of the god Dagda. In Wales, he appeared as Mabon ap Modron, the son of the mother, whose story of abduction and later rescue by King Arthur was preserved in the Mabinogion. The very name of this Welsh collection, as well as the lost poem Lai du Mabon, stems from this ancient deity. Through the migration of King Cunedda's people from southern Scotland to Wales, the cult and stories of Mabon likely traveled westward, later reappearing in Brittany as the knight Mabon-Agrain in Chrétien de Troyes' Eric, and as Mabuse, the Lady of the Lake's son, in Lanzalais. The Scottish place name Fonto Mabono seems related to Fons Aponi near Padua, where a temple to the healing god Aponis once stood. This connection raises the question of where Apollo's earliest worship truly began. Perhaps in ancient Venetia, in the Baltic North, or even in Britain itself. The name of the Hittite god, Apollonius, protector of Wilusa, appears to be an older version of Apollo's name and suggests deep Anatolian roots. Since Apollo supported the Trojans in Homer's Iliad, and the Paphlagonian Eneti were associated with both Anatolia and the Baltic regions, one can imagine a vast cultural continuum linking these distant lands. Over time, Apollo's solar cult may have evolved from an earlier feminine sun deity, much like the Baltic goddess Sol. The symbolism of the golden apple, present in both Sol's imagery and the mythic root of Apollo's name, suggests continuity between these traditions. The swan, sacred to both Apollo and Aphrodite, further unites these myths of light, beauty, and rebirth across the ancient world, from the Baltic shores to the British Isles. Direct evidence linking the Venetic peoples of the Baltic and those of Brittany is still uncertain, though linguistic and archaeological hints suggest possible ancient connections. The similarity between the names of the Veneti of Poland and the Veneti of Brittany is intriguing but insufficient on its own. The English Channel served as a major maritime corridor from the Baltic to the Atlantic, making contact and migration between these regions plausible. The 19th century Slovenian scholar Davoran Trstenjak proposed that early Veneti might have sailed from the Baltic to Brittany, motivated by trade rather than conquest. Archaeological discoveries of Baltic amber in Bronze Age Brittany, particularly in Côte d'Armor, support the idea of an amber trade route extending to the Atlantic. Later, the Veneti of Armorica may have shifted focus to the tin trade with Cornwall and Devon, whose mines were crucial to early metallurgy. Around 1100 BC, the Urnfield culture began spreading into Armorica, marking the movement of Central European warrior groups. While its overall influence in Brittany was limited, distinctive Urnfield pottery has been uncovered in the Morbihan region, the future heartland of the Armorican Veneti, at sites such as Carnac, Trinité-sur-Mer, and Crach. These dark, globular vases date to about 800 to 750 BC, preceding the Celtic presence in the area. Their craftsmanship and design suggest links with eastern France and perhaps with Proto-Venetic migrants originating in the Baltic. Similar evidence appears on Belle-Île-en-Mer, where a necropolis from the 10th century BC connects the region to late Bronze Age Urnfield traditions. Cremation urns from Plomeur and decorative ceramics from Elven and Damgan further indicate cultural continuity between Baltic and Atlantic Europe. The spread of Urnfield burial customs into Lower Normandy, home of the ancient Veneli, strengthens the case for a broad migration or exchange network extending from the Baltic coast to western France. linguistic research adds another layer to this picture. Although little is known about the language of the Armorican Veneti, an inscription from Plumergat reading Atrabo Agantobo shows the same plural dative form found among Adriatic Veneti. Professor Jadranka Gvozdanovic of Heidelberg University has identified phonetic patterns in the Vanetese dialect of southern Brittany that resemble Slavic linguistic evolution, including features like bisyllabic palatalization and asymmetric softening of consonants, traits that may echo an ancient Balto-Venetic substrate. Genetic studies reveal that modern Bretons are closer to the Welsh than to Central French populations, reflecting the long-standing Atlantic cultural unity between Brittany and Britain. Ancient authors, however, classified the Veneti among the Belgae, a loosely defined group of maritime tribes inhabiting northern Gaul and parts of Britain. Strabo and Posidonius described Armoricans as Belgians, though Caesar himself, while familiar with the Veneti, did not list them among the 17 Belgic tribes. This suggests that the label Belgic was geographical and naval rather than ethnically precise. Later scholars note that the Belgic world included both Celtic and Germanic elements, reflecting a mixed coastal culture rather than a single ethnic identity. Modern interpretations, such as those by Edward Dawson and Peter Kessler, view the Belgae as seafaring peoples of northern Europe whose origins may reach back to the Baltic coast. Archaeological data align them with northern German and Pomeranian cultures, possibly linked to the Oxhoft culture in eastern Pomerania between the 2nd century BC and 1st century AD. This culture emerged from the earlier Pomeranian tradition and appears to have developed during a major wave of population movements from northern Germany. Altogether, the archaeological, linguistic, and maritime evidence suggests that the Veneti of Armorica may have inherited cultural elements, if not direct ancestry, from a far older Baltic Venetic world that once stretched from the shores of the Vistula to the Atlantic. From the pre-Roman period onward, the Veneti established fortified coastal settlements in Brittany and southwestern England, described by Caesar as strong maritime bastions. Archaeologists have long searched for parallels between these sites and similar Iron Age forts in Atlantic Scotland, suggesting they formed part of an extended maritime network linking Brittany, England, and the north. However, more recent dating indicates that some of these fortifications are older than once thought, potentially connecting them to Proto-Venetic settlers from the Urnfield culture, active around 800 BC. The timber-framed construction of many Scottish hill forts, especially in the territory later inhabited by the Venecones, also points to a continental architectural origin resembling the Murus Gallicus style described by Caesar. Additional evidence of early cultural links comes from distinctive fingerprint ceramics discovered in the Vale of York, a region stretching between the Humber and the Tees. These finds, dating from the Hallstatt Sea period, connect northern England to wider European traditions rather than to purely local developments. The area later became the territory of the Brigantes, a major tribe whose settlements at York, Binchester, and Isurium show signs of long-term occupation. Further north in Scotland, discoveries at Balmashanner and Kincardine Moss, amber jewelry, bronze cauldrons, and ritual objects dating from roughly 600 to 400 BC suggest cultural continuity and trade links reaching deep into the Atlantic world. The origins of the Picts, ancient inhabitants of Scotland, have also been tied to the north and east. Bede, in his ecclesiastical history, believed they came from Scythia, a name that in antiquity referred not only to lands around the Black Sea, but also to regions near Poland and the Baltic. He recorded that the Picts first sailed to Ireland and, being refused settlement, continued to northern Britain. This story echoes other medieval traditions that traced Scottish ancestry to Scythian or Trojan roots, as seen in the Declaration of Arbroath and the legend of Brutus, founder of Britain. Such myths reflect ancient attempts to connect the peoples of the Atlantic and Baltic worlds through shared origins and migrations. Understanding the true beginnings of the Armorican Veneti requires solid archaeological evidence rather than linguistic speculation. Theories about their name, derived either from the Celtic Veni or the Indo-European Ven, do not by themselves reveal ethnic identity. The linguist André Martinet proposed that an Indo-European-speaking Venetic people once inhabited what is now Poland around the late 3rd to early 4th century 2nd millennium BC. Some groups moved westward and became assimilated by Celtic tribes. Others migrated south and interacted with Italic cultures, while those remaining in the east, the Vinds, merged over time with Germanic and Slavic populations. An unusual clue to the Venetic question even comes from modern medicine. A rare hereditary heart condition, arrhythmogenic right ventricular dysplasia, occurs most frequently in 3 regions of Europe: around the Vistula River in Poland, in the Adriatic near ancient Veneto, and in Brittany. This geographic overlap mirrors the known distribution of Venetic settlements, hinting at an ancient genetic continuity. Genetic studies further show that Breton populations share closer ancestry with the Welsh than with Central French groups, underscoring the old Atlantic cultural unity between Brittany and Britain. The dominant Y-DNA lineage in Brittany was probably present there long before the 5th century migrations of Britons fleeing Anglo-Saxon invasions. Archaeological continuity suggests the Armorican Veneti maintained their identity despite Roman conquest and Caesar's propaganda, which exaggerated their defeat for political effect. By the 2nd century AD, they had regained influence as seafaring traders, exporting tin, salt, and garum to the British Isles and Rhine Valley. Roman maps like the Tabula Peutingeriana confirm their continued prosperity into the 4th century AD. Though their coinage declined later, likely due to Saxon disruption, there was no break in material culture when Britons from across the Channel migrated into Brittany. Local pottery and coin styles persisted, showing that the Armorican Veneti remained culturally stable. Their territory contracted only in the 6th century when Guérande fell to the Namnete. It is also plausible that, following Caesar's campaigns, some Armorican Veneti relocated inland or sailed to Britain, joining existing Venetic communities there. This process may have unfolded in several waves. After Caesar's victory, while many Veneti leaders were executed and others enslaved, survivors likely fled across the Channel to Allied colonies in southern Britain, where Venetic merchants had long traded for tin. These migrants, along with their families, helped shift the Venetic maritime presence from mainland Armorica to the islands, ensuring that, even in defeat, their seafaring traditions and cultural identity endured across the western seas. As Roman forces advanced through Britain, groups of Veneti who had resisted imperial control appear to have withdrawn northward into Scotland, beyond the Antonine Wall. The 4th century historian Ammianus Marcellinus wrote that these Veneti braved the Atlantic repeatedly, sailing far beyond known lands toward the mysterious Thule, described by ancient Greek authors, a term that likely referred to the far northern regions of Britain. Beyond the Roman frontier lived the Venicones, whose name closely resembles Venetkens, an ethnonym from northern Italy, suggesting a possible link between these peoples. Their movement north may have reflected both resistance to Roman authority and a continuation of their seafaring traditions. During the later Roman occupation, the Veneti, referred to as Venedoti in some records, became involved in violent political conflicts. Around 296 AD, they reportedly took part in the Siege of London, where they executed captured Romans and cast their heads into the river Nantgallum. Though this episode sounds legendary, excavations have indeed uncovered severed skulls in the area. The incident likely arose from factional strife between the Praetorian prefect Asclepiodotus and his rival Alectus, who had earlier assassinated Carausius, the self-proclaimed King of the Britons. Given that Carausius led the Menapii, a tribe allied with the Veneti, it seems the latter supported his break from Rome and opposed Alectus's rule. By the early medieval period, the name of the Venacones reappears indirectly in Welsh tradition. In the poem Wai Gododin, the territory of Maen Gwynwen may echo their ancient homeland. Scholars have proposed that the Venacones, together with the Votadini, migrated south under King Cunedda, settling in North Wales between the late 4th and early 5th centuries. There they became known as the Venedoti, giving their name to Venedotia. This migration may have been part of a larger return movement from Britain to Armorica, as noted by the Frankish chronicler Einhard, who wrote that the Veneti of Britain later went back to Gaul. In the 6th century, during renewed upheavals caused by Saxon expansion and possibly worsened by the great Ilopango volcanic eruption in Central America, another wave of settlers under King Warwick established the kingdom of Brorek in southern Brittany. This migration strengthened the continuity between Wales and Brittany, where the Venetic presence is still preserved in place names. Cultural traces of the Veneti may also survive in ancient descriptions of ritual body painting. Pliny recorded that the Britons painted themselves with a blue-green pigment called glastum, from the root glass, meaning green or blue, likely derived from woad. Similar practices were later associated with the Picts, whose name itself may refer to painted or tattooed people. Their appearance, recorded from 297 AD onward, suggests that such customs persisted in northern Britain long after Roman contact. On Armorican coins of the Coriosolites, traders closely linked to the Veneti, tattooed faces are also depicted. The sacred color of the Veneti was traditionally light blue, the same hue used in ancient Mediterranean iconography for divine figures. And processions of painted or even naked women appear in early Venetian artifacts from northern Italy, hinting at a shared symbolic heritage. In eastern Scotland, the Venacones' lands extended from Fife to Angus. Roman military campaigns reached this area roughly a century and a half after Caesar's first invasion of Britain. Although Caesar claimed to have conquered the entire island, archaeological evidence tells a different story. Roman marching camps and forts in Angus and along the Forth Valley indicate that the region was contested for generations. It remains unclear whether the Venacones fought at the Battle of Mons Graupius, where Agricola's forces defeated the Caledon. Confederation near present-day Perth. Agricola's campaigns, conducted through winter as well as summer, devastated northern resistance. Today, excavations north of the Forth continue to reshape our understanding of settlement patterns in early Scotland. Yet the Venacones remain enigmatic, known by name but scarcely visible in the archaeological record. Their connection to both the Picts and the older Venetic seafaring peoples of Armorica remains possible, suggesting that the Venicones may have represented one of the final northern branches of a long Atlantic-Baltic tradition that once stretched from the Vistula to the Scottish Highlands. At the northern edge of Roman expansion in Britain stood the fortress of Inchtuthil, known to the Romans as Pinata Castra, built around 83 AD by the governor Agricola during his campaign against the Caledonians. Located near Perth on the banks of the River Tay, it was a massive military base, housing about 5,000 soldiers of the 20th Legion, covering over 20 hectares. It marked the northernmost advance of Roman power and symbolized imperial ambition and endurance. Although the Romans later withdrew, the region saw renewed activity under Antoninus Pius around 140 AD, when he established a new defensive frontier, the Antonine Wall, stretching between the Firth of Forth and the Firth of Clyde. This fortification, consisting of 19 forts, an earthen rampart, wooden palisade, and deep ditch, formed a short-lived northern border before being abandoned around 164 AD, as Roman forces retreated southward once again. According to Ptolemy, the Venicones occupied the Angus region during the 2nd century, living just beyond the Roman frontier near the fortress line. Archaeological evidence suggests that their relations with the Romans were largely peaceful. Far from being exterminated, the Venicones likely supported the legions by supplying grain and maintaining storage facilities, Horea, from which their chief town, Horea, took its name. These underground granaries, common near Roman garrisons, show that the Venicones were part of the logistical system that sustained the army in Scotland. The discovery of coin hoards in Angus also indicates a degree of prosperity arising from this interaction. Yet, despite early cooperation, the Venicones disappear from written records after Ptolemy, leaving open the question of their fate. The Romans did not establish permanent towns or villas in Angus, and the native population continued to live in roundhouses and practice local traditions. Over time, the number of settlements and artifacts declined, perhaps signaling migration or cultural absorption. The region's later name, Circen, linked to the Pictish ancestor Cruthen, suggests that Pictish influence gradually replaced the older Venetic identity. During the campaigns of Septimius Severus and Caracalla in the early 3rd century, Roman operations targeted a confederation known as the Metae, though the exact extent of their territory remains uncertain. Place names such as Dumyat near Stirling point to their presence just beyond the Antonine Wall, with Mayotte Hill marking a possible southern boundary. By the late 4th century, Roman historians like Ammianus Marcellinus no longer mentioned the Venicones, but referred instead to the Verturiones, whose kingdom of Fortriu was once thought to include Perthshire and Strathearn. Modern scholarship, particularly the work of Alex Wolff, has shifted Fortriu's location northward to the Moray region, suggesting that earlier assumptions about the Verturiones territory were mistaken. This raises the question of whether the Venicones had already been absorbed or displaced by the Maetae by that time. Distinct burial customs distinguish the Venicones from neighboring peoples. They cremated their dead and buried the ashes beneath stone cairns, a rare practice in Britain that marks them as a distinct group. Their closest cultural parallels appear among the Tyaxali, another northern tribe known for depositing ornate bronze and brass objects in lakes as ritual offerings. These heavy arm rings, weighing up to 1.5 kilograms and dating between 43 and 200 AD, demonstrate advanced metalwork and shared ritual traditions. By the late 2nd century, caught between Roman pressure from the south and Caledonian tribes from the north, the Venacones may have joined a defensive alliance with the Taixali and Vacamagi. This coalition, likely recognized by Rome under the governor Ulpius Marcellus, was later known as the Metai, a federation of southern Pictish tribes. The name probably derives from the Latin meta, or Greek meta, referring to their location beyond the Roman frontier. The heartland of the Meti lay just north of the Antonine Wall, in what had once been the homeland of the Venacones. Through such alliances and gradual integration, the Venacones disappeared as a distinct tribal entity, their legacy absorbed into the emerging Pictish confederations of early medieval Scotland. Around the year 210 AD, the Metai tribes of northern Britain took advantage of Emperor Septimius Severus's illness to rise in rebellion against Rome. Archaeological evidence from battle sites in Fife suggests that the revolt began there and quickly spread across the region. Severus personally led a campaign into Angus, becoming the first Roman emperor to march so far north. Near the confluence of the rivers Tay and Erne, his army, principally the 6th Legion, constructed a new fortress at Carpau to control access to Caledonian territory. This fort, capable of housing about 3,000 soldiers, stood close to Horea, the capital of the Venacones, and symbolized Rome's determination to subdue the northern tribes. When Severus's health worsened, his son Caracalla took command and continued the campaign with brutal orders for extermination. Despite his father's genocidal command, the Roman advance ultimately failed. Caledonian resistance strengthened, and after the campaign collapsed, the Romans withdrew permanently to Hadrian's Wall. By the early 5th century, the empire was facing growing crises on the continent. The invasions of the Visigoths and the pressure of the Huns forced the Roman general Stilicho to recall troops from Britain to defend Italy. The Roman withdrawal between 402 and 410 AD left the island exposed, and imperial forces never returned. In the ensuing power vacuum, local Britons, identified in the Welsh poem Y Gododin as Prydenni, a name derived from Pryden, meaning land of the Picts, attempted to preserve their autonomy. It is possible that the Mete, descendants of the Venacones and related northern peoples, played a role in forming this early British identity. As Roman power faded, Gaelic expansion and political fragmentation pushed many of these northern Britons southward. Some migrated into Wales, where new polities emerged amid the ruins of Roman authority. One such group was the Venedoti of northern Wales, whose presence is confirmed by a 5th century gravestone. Their arrival corresponds with the legendary migration led by King Cunedda from the region of Manau Gododin in central Scotland. Medieval chroniclers such as Geoffrey of Monmouth, Alan of Lille, and Giraldus Cambrensis all refer to Venedotia as the Latin name for North Wales, suggesting a memory of Venetic ancestry linking the Britons of Gwynedd to their northern forebears. Archaeological evidence also points to a deeper continuity. In Fife, where the Venacones once lived, dozens of urnfield burials have been discovered, 30 at Scottstarvet Hill and 22 at Carfin House, with similar finds in Clackmannan, St. Andrews, and near Edinburgh. These cremation cemeteries, dating to the Middle and Late Bronze Age, mirror funerary traditions associated with the ancient Veneti of the Adriatic, strengthening the notion of shared origins across Europe. According to Welsh tradition, Cunedda was the grandson of Padarn Beisrud ap Tegid, a figure sometimes viewed as a Roman officer who commanded frontier forces in Scotland under Magnus Maximus around 380 AD. Other interpretations describe him as a local tribal leader, granted Roman rank as part of the empire's frontier policy. His son, Edern, was Cuneda's father, linking this lineage to both Roman and native traditions. Cuneda's homeland, Manau Gododin, centered on Stirling, the strategic gateway to the Highlands, was vital for controlling northern Britain. From this base, he and his followers likely migrated south into Wales in search of security and fertile land after Rome's collapse. Before the rise of Gododin as a kingdom, the Stirling region was known to the Romans as the land of the Vennecones. The Gododin polity emerged only around 470 AD under King Lot Ludoc, who ruled from Traprain Law, later known as Lothian in his honor. Lot's marriage to Morgause, the sister of the legendary King Arthur, and their son Mordred's betrayal at Camelot were later woven into Arthurian tradition. Archaeological discoveries at Traprain Law support this image of shifting loyalties. A magnificent hoard of over 100 Roman silver pieces found there likely represents payments for Votadini mercenaries allied with Rome. Linguistically, the Votadini and the Picts were closely related, though culturally distinct. The Vennecones, in contrast, had remained outside Roman rule, providing supplies rather than soldiers to the legions stationed near the Antonine Wall. That wall, built by Antoninus Pius and abandoned after just 20 years, marked the last great northern frontier of Rome in Britain. Beyond it, peoples like the Vennecones, Meti, and later Picts continued to shape the early medieval identity of northern Britain, bridging the memory of the ancient Veneti with the emerging nations of the Celtic world. In 368 AD, Emperor Valentinian I sent the general Flavius Theodosius to Britain to suppress what Roman historians called the Great Conspiracy, a large-scale invasion of the island by northern tribes and foreign raiders. The Scots and Picts had advanced into the regions of Manau and the Votadini, exploiting the weakening of Roman authority. Theodosius swiftly restored order, defeating the invaders and reorganizing the island into 5 provinces: Britannia Prima, Britannia Secunda, Flavia Caesariensis, Maxima Caesariensis, and Valentia, the latter named in honor of Valentinian himself. According to Ammianus Marcellinus, 2 main Pictish groups, the Dicolydones and the Verturiones, joined forces with the Scots and Attacoti to devastate Roman territory. Though Theodosius re-established control, raids from the north continued in the decades that followed. Between 388 and 395 AD, the Romans attempted to reinforce their defenses, and Gildas later described Britain's frontier as a wall of turf from sea to sea, probably referring to renewed efforts to maintain or patrol the Antonine Wall as protection against Pictish incursions. During this time, the province of Valentia was formed between Hadrian's Wall and the Antonine Wall, serving as a buffer zone that included the Votadini. Yet Roman control of the province lasted only about 40 years before the imperial forces were finally withdrawn around 410 AD. Though there may have been a brief Roman expedition around 420, the withdrawal marked the end of imperial authority in Britain. After the collapse of Roman power, the identity of the northern kingdoms grew increasingly complex. The region known as Manau Gododin has long puzzled historians, as it is unclear whether Manau referred to an older realm that later came under the control of the Votadini, or whether it was a misunderstanding by later chroniclers such as Nennius. The name Manau may have derived from the sea god Manon, while Gododin appears to have been a later designation after the Romans' departure. Recent research has challenged traditional assumptions about the Votadini's location and influence. Archaeological and geographical reinterpretations by scholars like Martin Goldberg suggest that the Votadini were based farther south in what is now Northumbria, rather than in central Scotland. Excavations at Traprain Law, once thought to be their capital, indicate that the site was mainly active in the Late Bronze Age, with only limited use during the Iron Age, possibly for seasonal gatherings or under negotiated Roman supervision. The tribe's true center may have been Yevering Bell near Wooler, further south, aligning with the known early centers of Bernicia. Historical records also show that after the Roman withdrawal, new power structures emerged. The Chronica Gallica states that Saxon dominance in Britain began around 441 AD. During this period, King Vortigern of Powys invited Saxon mercenaries to help defend against northern invaders, most likely Pictish forces, among whom may have been Cunedda and his warriors from Manaw. Cunedda's migration to Wales around 440 AD fits chronologically with these events, suggesting that he led his people southward during the chaotic aftermath of Roman collapse. In Wales, his descendants founded the Kingdom of Venedocia, modern Gwynedd, and later chroniclers such as Geoffrey of Monmouth, Alan of Lille, and Giraldus Cambrensis continued to use Venedocia as the Latin term for North Wales, preserving a memory of Venedic or northern origins. In the same period, Powys emerged as a dominant Welsh kingdom, extending from the River Severn to the Irish Sea. Its towns were said to have sought aid from a man of Lidaw, a term associated with the Snowdonia region in Venedocia, and also used poetically to mean Britain. This man was almost certainly King Cunedda, who became the founder of the Gwynedd dynasty. Poetic and linguistic evidence also preserves echoes of these northern roots. In Wigododin, the phrase, "the young son of Cian from Maen Gwyngon," appears to reference Manaw Veniconia, the land of the Venicones. The Welsh term, Maen Gwyngon, has been interpreted as stone of the Venicones, possibly alluding to the ancient standing stone at Clackmannan, near Stirling. Other literary sources, such as the Book of Taliesin, call Arthur Lord of Calchvind, a name related to calch, chalk, or stone, and possibly linked to the same geographical area. The connection between Cunedda and the Votadini, traditionally recorded by Nennius in the 9th century, is now viewed with skepticism. Written 4 centuries after the events, his account likely merged legend with political motives, aiming to Christianize and legitimize the royal line of Gwynedd. His portrayal of Cunedda as a descendant of the Romanized commander Padarn Baesrud appears more symbolic than factual. Later hagiography even traced Padarn's ancestry back to the biblical line of Judah, an obvious invention meant to provide sacred authority to the Welsh monarchy. In reality, Cunedda and his people probably came from a mixed pagan background, retaining elements of the older Celtic faith centered on deities like Dagda, the god of storms. Pagan practices persisted in parts of Wales and Brittany long after official conversion, and even royal families often kept pre-Christian traditions privately. Religious distinctions further separated these northern peoples. While the Votadini and southern tribes had been partly Christianized through early missionaries such as Saint Ninian, the Picts and Venicones remained pagan until the early 8th century. King Nectan's construction of a Roman-style church around 710 marked the formal adoption of Roman Christianity in Pictland. During Cunedda's lifetime, however, the northern peoples were still considered Gentiles in the classical sense, following ancestral rites. There was also no blood connection between Cuneda's dynasty and that of Lot, the semi-legendary king of Lothian, who ruled from Traprain law, and whose family was later woven into Arthurian legend. Lot's line likely descended from the southern Catuvellani tribe, whose name survives in the Welsh Cadwallon. The medieval romances that made Lot Arthur's uncle were literary creations rather than history. Roman authors, such as Tacitus, described the Votadini and Damnoni as tribes inhabiting the zone between Hadrian's and Antonine walls, forming part of the province of Valentia. This positioning places the Votadini south of Manau and adjacent to the Damnoni, whose lands lay just below the Antonine frontier. Their shared border likely ran from Biggar to Edinburgh, roughly corresponding to the later boundaries of Lothian. Altogether, the evidence suggests that the traditional link between Cuneda and the Votadini was a later invention rooted in myth-making and Christian reinterpretation. The true origins of Cuneda's people seem to lie further north, in the old land of the Vennecones and other Pictish tribes who merged during the twilight of Roman Britain. Over time, history, legend, and faith intertwined to create a narrative that connected the northern pagans of Scotland to the Christian kings of Wales, bridging the fading world of Rome with the dawn of the medieval Celtic kingdoms. Although most scholars today identify the Votadini with the later kingdom of Gododin, it is still possible that the name Manau Gododin derived instead from Urbs Goidi, the Latin name Bade used for a sterling. The origins of Venedotia are equally puzzling. If Cuneda truly led a migration of Votadini warriors from the north, the new kingdom should have carried the name Votadinia, and its people would have been called Votadini, not Venedoti. This inconsistency suggests that Cuneda himself may have belonged to a Venetic rather than a Votadinian lineage, or that his name was of Venetic origin. The term Venedotia may have referred to seafaring people like the Veneti of Brittany, whose true homeland was the ocean rather than the land. It is even possible that Cuneda was not a personal name, but a title or nickname given by his followers, which later confused genealogical traditions. What is certain is that he led a warlike people who expelled the Irish settlers from northern Wales, particularly the Uí Leothian colonies of the Lynn Peninsula. Before his arrival, there is no mention of a tribe called the Venedoti in Wales, which means that they were newcomers, not locals who expanded their territory. Some earlier records mention a group of Venedoti in London as early as 296 AD, allied with the Roman prefect Asclepiodotus in the revolt against the usurper Alectus, who had murdered Carausius, the king of the Britons. Carausius belonged to the Menapai, a Belgic tribe allied with the Veneti, suggesting that the Venedoti may have been part of this wider Venetic network. Both the Menapi and the Venecones were powerful seafarers, and it is plausible that the Venedoti who appeared in London came from the northern coasts of Scotland, perhaps from Angus, where the Venecones lived. The similarity of names supports this theory, and the difference between Venecones and Venedoti could easily be explained by linguistic evolution over a century and a half. The territories of Gododin and Manau may once have formed a dual kingdom, similar to later composite realms like Austria-Hungary. Gododin's garrisons, however, were not renowned for military skill. According to some accounts, they were slow to mobilize and poorly equipped, leaving them vulnerable to the fierce naval raids of the Picts. Around 398 AD, Pictish fleets sailed from the harbors of Fife, Tay, Angus, and the Moray Firth, ravaging the southern coasts. In this volatile setting, it became nearly impossible for the Votadini to maintain control north of the Antonine Wall. Even though Manau lay inland, the Firth of Forth and its river allowed easy navigation up to Stirling, which Bede referred to as Urbs Guidi. The Welsh called the Firth Meren Iodio, the Sea of Udiu, a reminder of its strategic importance. Cuneda's strength lay in his cavalry, a hallmark of Venetic warfare, and his elite horsemen became legendary in Wales. Their tradition of mounted nobility likely inspired later myths of Arthur's knights. Manau itself, situated between the Roman frontier and the northern tribes, may have acted as a neutral buffer zone. If any people were suited for this intermediary role, it was the Veneti, an independent, non-Celtic maritime culture accustomed to diplomacy and trade. On the summit of Dumyat in the Ochil Hills, the remains of a fortress still overlook the plains of Stirling. Its name is thought to derive from Dun Mete, Fort of the Maite, the confederation that included the Venacones. Near this same area, in Clackmannanshire, stood Clach na Manau, the Stone of Manau, believed to be the rallying point from which Cuneda gathered his people before migrating to Wales. The surrounding landscape, including nearby Slamanan and Camelot, preserves echoes of both Venetic and Arthurian tradition. After Cuneda's departure, his son Tibian remained in Manau, but did not found a dynasty. Control of the region seems to have passed to a local ruler named Brychan of Manau, whose lineage was separate from Cuneda's. Brychan's daughter, Lian, married the Gaelic king Gabran, and their son, Aidan mac Gabran, later became Prince of Forth through the matrilineal succession of the Picts. This marriage symbolized the gradual merging of Pictish and Gaelic power in the region. Meanwhile, remnants of the Maitai, southern Picts mentioned by Adamnan in Vita Columbae, continued to inhabit the area. Around the year 600, the Welsh poem Wai Gododin commemorated the warriors of Manau Gododin, who rode from Ceredigion to their deaths in battle against the Angles. Their presence there, long after Cuneda's migration, raises questions. Had some Votadini remained in the north, maintaining garrisons in Gododin, while others had gone south to Wales? The blending of Venetic, Pictish, and Votadinian traditions makes the answer uncertain. Another intriguing link between Britain and Brittany appears in the figure of Saint Padarn, a 6th century bishop born in Armorica. His name and legend closely parallel those of Cuneda's grandfather, Padarn Beisrud ap Tegid, paternus of the Scarlet Robe. In the Breton hagiographies, Saint Padarn's most famous episode recounts King Arthur's attempt to steal his red cloak, an allegory for usurping royal power. The Scarlet Robe, one of Britain's mythical treasures, symbolized sovereignty, and its theft echoed Arthur's challenge to the old Venetic authority represented by Padarn. When Christian Britons fled the Saxon invasions in the 5th and 6th centuries, they re-established their homeland across the Channel in Brittany, founding the kingdom of Bro Gwynedd. Its capital, formerly the Venetic city of Darioritum, became Gwynedd. This continuity strongly suggests that the Britons who settled there were none other than the Venedoti of Wales, returning to their ancestral coast. The figure of Caradog Freycfras, both a legendary Welsh hero and a Breton patron, embodies this connection, linking the rulers of Gwent and Vaughan under one Venetic heritage. As for the origins of the Arthurian tradition, its Western maritime character points to the Veneti rather than the Votadini. The Venetic homelands were surrounded by islands long associated with Avalon, the mystical resting place of Arthur, whereas the Votadini lands in eastern Britain had few such features. Alistair Moffat proposed that Avalon might be identified with a river island at Kelso, sacred to the Celts and known as Orkert. But this interpretation lacks the mythic depth of Avalon's legendary sea voyage. In contrast, the western seas once navigated by the Veneti, dotted with misty islands and ancient sanctuaries, fit perfectly with the imagery of Arthur's final journey. Taken together, the historical and mythological evidence suggests a more nuanced picture. When Agricola conquered eastern Scotland, many Vennecones submitted to Rome, while others fled north to the highlands. Under Roman administration, new client kingdoms such as Manau-Gododin were established to counter Pictish raids, ruled by local leaders under Roman and later Votadinian oversight. Figures like Cuneta, though described as kings of the Votadini, may in fact have been Venetic sub-kings operating under Votadinian authority. When the Roman legions finally withdrew, this hierarchy collapsed, freeing Cuneta to lead his people southward. In this way, the Vennecones, seafarers turned warriors, carried their traditions into Wales, where they became the Venedoti of Gwynedd, heirs to a legacy that bridged Rome, Britain, and the seafaring Veneti of the Atlantic world. Local tradition in central Scotland equates Camelot with Camelon, the Roman fort at Falkirk on the Antonine frontier. Adam Ardrey argues that the Gaelic prince Artwyr mac Adain reused this outpost and died nearby in 594, reading the Irish annals of Tigernach, Battle of Corrend, as Caer Edon, Idun's fort, thus making Artwyr the historical Arthur. His view clashes with the earliest literary Camelot, first named by Chrétien de Troyes in 1170, and, like Geoffrey of Monmouth before him, associated with Caerleon on the Usk in South Wales. Strategically, Camelon sits 14 miles from Stirling at a fourth estuary inlet between Manau-Gododin and the southern edge of Vennecones territory, and even yielded a striking vessel whose fingerprint rim and mask-like face evoke Urnfield and Pomeranian funerary styles. From this frontier setting, the narrative widens to the name of Scotland itself, Alba, linked by some to Greek Alphos, and by others to an land of the rising sun idea in early Irish lore. In the early Middle Ages, Alba narrowed from the whole island to the Pictish Scotic heartlands, while Scoti became the Latin label for Giles, and the later Kingdom of Alba spanned Moray to Lothian, with close cultural ties to Ireland. Because Arthurian place names dot all of Britain, not only Scotland, the deeper question becomes tribal identity. Which people produced the war leader later remembered as King of the Britons? Candidates span a broad arc of North Atlantic cultures. The seafaring Menapii, allies of the Armorican Veneti, put forward Carausius, the emperor of Britain and northern Gaul, as a glamorous model linked etymologically to Camulodunum and the war god Camulos. The Brigantes, powerful between Tyne and Humber and devoted to Brigantia, produced formidable chiefs like Venutius, but leave no clear line into Wales. Sarmatian cavalry settled in Britain under Marcus Aurelius carried serpent standards and a near-sacral sword cult, motifs some have tied to Arthurian imagery. Roman Britain itself offers Lucius Artorius Castus, sometimes advanced as a prototype, though his career appears earlier, eastern-facing, and only tenuously connected to Saxon wars. The most developed Scottish Arthur case centers on Artwyr mac Edain of Dal Riata, crowned into command by his father Aidan mac Gabrain and memorialized on Iona, the island many equate with Eamon Ablach, the Isle of Apples, resonant with Avalon's imagery, and the Nine Maidens theme known since Pomponius Mela. Artuir reused the fort at Camelot and died near the Allen, Camelot in legend, close to a 6th century river island settlement called Invalone, which could have nourished Avalon traditions. Early Arthur references surface in Welsh texts, the language of Strathclyde's Brittonic West, where Artuir campaigned, strengthening the cultural bridge. Yet the fit is imperfect. The legendary Arthur halts Saxons, while Artuir fought Maate and southern Picts in the old Vennecones zone. He neither dies at Camlan against Mordred of Lothian, nor leads Britons versus Angles at Degsastan. That battle belonged to Aidan, not Artuir. The Y Gododin line praising a hero, though he was not Arthur, likely nods to an earlier British champion, perhaps the victor of Mount Badon, whose fame would outshine northern exploits against Picts. Linguistic clues also pull toward a Brittonic, not Gaelic, matrix. Arthur's father's epithet Pendragon is P-Celtic, where Q-Celtic Gaelic would yield Cian Dragon. Even within Vennecones country, Charles Thomas judged their speech Celtic despite a non-Celtic-looking tribal name. All told, Scottish archaeology and toponymy preserve powerful Arthurian echoes, Camelon, Avalon, Manaw Gododin's warbands. But the composite picture suggests that while Artuir Mac Dain may preserve a historical strand of the tapestry, the archetypal Arthur belongs to an older Brittonic tradition rooted in Wales and the West, later refracted through Gaelic, Pictish, Roman, and Sarmatian lenses as the legend traveled from the Clyde and Forth to Gwynedd, Brittany, and beyond. Several early voices point north when they talk about the matter of Britain. In 1120, Lambert of Saint-Omer wrote in Latin of Artuir's palace in the land of the Picts, and a century later Berulle set Arthur and the Round Table at Stirling on the Forth. Geoffrey of Monmouth placed campaigns around Dumbarton and Loch Lomond, while Edinburgh's volcanic summit still bears the name Arthur's Seat and crowns a 2,000-year-old hill fort. Chrétien de Troyes' Percival even sends the Grail Knight's sword to be reforged in a lake beyond the Forth, eerily consonant with Bronze Age swords that were broken, burned, and consigned to Duddingston Loch, a pre-Mallory echo of Excalibur's return to the water. The dozen battles ascribed to Arthur often cluster along the later Scottish northern English frontier, threading between Votadini and Vennecones country. Andrew Breeze maps several along a belt from the Glen and Douglas waters to the southern uplands, though a Glasgow-based warlord is hard to square with the era's political geography. Some Arthurian fights remembered in Welsh tradition may reflect 7th century Brittonic Mercian forays into Northumbria. Yet in the late 5th and 6th centuries, the west of Britain was still largely Briton-held. Southern Scotland was a contested shield against Angles and Saxons, and figures like Urien of Reged, celebrated in Welsh verse with his son Owain, pressed Bernicia to a narrow littoral. Strikingly, many of Scotland's earliest Arthurian place memories sit in and around the Vennecones' old heartlands. The Stirling district has long claimed a round table near the castle, noted by William of Worcester and Sir David Lindsay, with surviving earthworks later re-landscaped but plausibly rooted in an older monument. This makes it conceivable that a pre-Gaelic Arthurian lore, native to Angus and the Forth, later brushed the Gaelic dynasty of Artuir Mac Dain through maternal ties in Vennecones country, just as his family connections draw us repeatedly to Berry Hill, Magel, the Isla Valley, and ultimately to his last stand at Badandun. Influence likely ran both ways, with the prestige of a 6th century Gaelic prince reinforcing older local legends. The Welsh Peredur, whom Chrétien reworked into Parsifal, is styled Dux Veneditorum in Latin, and Geoffrey of Monmouth's Vita Merlini makes Peredur king of Venedocia and of Albany, knitting Gwynedd and Scotland into one narrative thread. Y. Gododin has him survive an epic northern battle, only to fall later at Catraeth. Layered over this is a dense web of Venetic markers: Venacones in Scotland, Venedocia in the northwest of Wales, Gwent in the south, even Stirling's older name Snowdon, mirroring Snowdonia in Arthur's Welsh heartland. If the legend radiated along Atlantic sea roads, the Veneti, masters of those waters, are uniquely positioned as cultural carriers present in every region most steeped in Arthurian lore. Read spiritually rather than pedantically, the myth's signatures align with Venetic themes: elite cavalry and the horse cult behind the Round Table's chivalry, a Senate-like ideal of primus inter pare that later Venetian institutions echoed, a solar spring god and land goddess pairings, the sword committed to the waters, and a swan-drawn passage to the other world reminiscent of the Venetic solar boat, and a grail prefigured in the ritual situla that poured wine at sacred feasts. Historical pressures also help explain movement. Even if a Baden Age champion checked Saxon advance, the mid-6th century climatic shock, darkened skies from the 535 Ilopango eruption, famine through 539, and pestilence that struck Maelgwn of Venedotia, coincides with Breton state building at Bro Gwynedd under Warroch, and with a renewed Armorican Welsh traffic that looks less like conquest than kin returning by sea. As for the Votadini, Roman authors place them between the walls, rewarded as a buffer after the legions fell back. Only later does Gododin coalesce as a kingdom, soon swallowed by Northumbria. They loom large in the literature, but often as ambivalent actors. Think of Mordred, Lot's son, recast in romance as the traitor of Camlan, reflecting the real politic of Votadinian accommodation with the Angles, while some of their heirs fought on at Catraeth. Weighing the strands, Scotland preserves a deep stratum of Arthurian topography and memory, but the legend's transmission looks Venetic as much as Votadinian, a maritime myth carried along the Forth and Clyde, across Gwynedd and Gwent, and over to Van, where the sea, not any one province, was the truest homeland of Arthur's tribe. In the centuries after Rome's withdrawal from Britain, storytellers tried to explain who had united the island's war-torn peoples against the Saxons. The Historia Regum Britanniae of Geoffrey of Monmouth, written in 1138, gave the fullest early account of King Arthur's life, but many of its themes were already ancient and clearly native rather than Roman. Geoffrey's vision of Arthur drew on Celtic myth and Welsh legend, tales like the spoils of Anwfn and Culuch ac Olwen, in which Arthur and his companions sail to Ireland aboard the ship Prydwen in search of a magical cauldron that feeds the brave, but not the cowardly. Long before this romantic version appeared, the monk Gildas had described the decisive victory of the Britons over the Saxons at Mount Badon, crediting it not to Arthur, but to the Romanized leader Ambrosius Aurelianus, one of the last survivors of imperial Britain. Later chroniclers, such as Bede, repeated this story, but Gildas's Roman hero seems improbable. The legions had been gone for a century, imperial command had collapsed, and the idea that a Roman aristocrat still led Britain strains belief. His supposed family line, from the usurper Constantine III down to Uther Pendragon and Arthur himself, looks more like a legend grafted onto fading Roman prestige than a plausible genealogy. By contrast, Welsh tradition places the center of resistance in native dynasties descended from Cunedda. Owain Danwyn, Prince of Venedocia, lived at Dyn Arth, Fortress of the Bear, and may have been the historical source for Arthur's name. His father Aenion Urth ruled around the same time as the supposed Ambrosius, and the genealogies link them directly to Uther Pendragon and the royal house of North Wales. Archaeological traces, such as the late 5th century Penmachno stone, inscribed Vendotus, confirm an organized kingdom strong enough to defend itself. It is unlikely that such leaders would have turned to a Roman outsider for command. When Vortigern of Powys invited Saxons to fight off northern raiders, those invaders were almost certainly Picts, or the Venicones, pushing south under Cunedda. In the ensuing decades, the Venedoti, under their own commanders, defeated both Saxons and Picts, perhaps culminating in the famous victory later remembered as Mount Badon. The cultural thread tying these peoples together was Celtic, not Latin. In early Welsh sources, Prydain or Prydian meant the northern realm beyond the Forth and Clyde, land of the Picts, called Prydain, and their tongue was a branch of Brittonic, close to Welsh and Cornish. If Picts and Britons shared this linguistic and ancestral link, then Arthur, king of the Britons, stands within their native tradition, not Rome's. Monastic writers like Gildas may have elevated a Romanized champion to fit Christian ideals, but the living memory in Wales and the North preserved a different hero, a pagan or semi-pagan warlord of Brittonic stock who embodied local unity and defiance. In that light, the figure later known as King Arthur was far less a surviving Roman and far more a native leader whose legend blended history, myth, and faith into Britain's enduring national myth. A legend about Saint Padarn reveals much about the dark reputation of Maelgwn, king of Gwynedd. It tells how Maelgwn, believing that the bishop possessed a great treasure, plotted to deceive him. He sent messengers carrying sacks filled with stones and moss, claiming they contained gold that needed safekeeping during his campaign. When they returned and accused Padarn of theft, the saint was forced to prove his innocence through a trial by ordeal. Both parties plunged their arms into boiling water, and after healing, only Padarn's wounds had miraculously closed. The king, shamed by this divine judgment, confessed his deceit and granted land to Padarn as penance. Yet this episode reflects more than royal greed. It hints at the moral decline of Maelgwn, remembered by chroniclers as Maglocanus, a ruler infamous for cruelty and ambition. According to later traditions, he even murdered his uncle Owain Danwyn, identified by some modern researchers as the true historical Arthur. David Sims suggested that Maelgwn might in fact have inspired the figure of Mordred, the treacherous son who kills his father in the Arthurian cycle. Such a parallel would make sense if Owain had achieved the kind of power and influence that threatened his nephew's throne. Gildas, writing in the 6th century, condemned Maelgwn's family in fierce terms. He also denounced Owain's son, Tsinlas the Red, calling him bear rider and charioteer of many, a clear reference to the bear symbol linked to Arthur's name. It is therefore difficult to imagine Gildas glorifying this dynasty. For him, the descendants of Cunedda, possibly of northern, even Pictish origin, were savage invaders, while Ambrosius Aurelianus represented divine order and moral virtue. Nennius, however, while acknowledging Ambrosius as a great Briton king, stopped short of crediting him with the victory at Mount Badon. It is possible that both Gildas and Nennius built the image of Ambrosius from an older model, perhaps the Romanized Briton Riothamus, who ruled in the mid-5th century and was last recorded in the Burgundian town of Avalon, a name that eerily recalls Avalon. The Church's admiration for Rome may have led Christian writers to elevate these imperial figures as moral heroes battling paganism in post-Roman Britain, contrasting their righteousness with the independence and pagan traditions of native rulers like Cuneda's heirs. Yet even Gildas's testimony leaves room for doubt. Adam Ardrey suggested that Gildas's phrasing might not clearly name Ambrosius as the victor of Baden, only that the victory occurred after his time. If so, the credit might belong elsewhere, to local leaders of Gwynedd, rather than to a Roman general. Later, historians such as Graham Phillips and Martin Keatman argued that the historical Arthur was none other than Owain Danwyn, son of Einion Urth, known in legend as Uther Pendragon. Their interpretation of De Excidio Britannia implies that after Cadwallon Lawhire's death, Maelgwyn seized power from Owain rather than from his own father, making him the usurper and murderer remembered as Mordred. This feud continued into the next generation, when Gildas denounced Owain's son Sinless for tyranny. The legends of Arthur's sword also find echoes in this family history. The weapon Dyrnwyn, or White Hilt, belonged to the tales of the sons of Melgwyn's rivals. It blazed with fire when drawn, and granted strength to the worthy, while consuming the unworthy, an image that later evolved into the legend of Excalibur. Though some modern scholars mistakenly identified Owain Danwyn as a king of the northern Votadini, the evidence instead points to the Venedoti of North Wales. Both Owain and his brother Cadwallon Lawhire ruled in Gwynedd during the age of the Saxon Wars, and their line, marked by ambition, rivalry, and moral downfall, seems to have shaped the foundations of the Arthurian legend itself. Eochaid mac Irc is remembered in Irish tradition as the last ruler of the Fir Bolg, one of the earliest peoples said to inhabit Ireland. According to myth, their ancestors came from Scythia, a vast region north of the Black Sea bridging Europe and Asia. Modern interpretations suggest that the Fir Bolg were not a purely mythical race, but rather a reflection of Ireland's pre-Celtic inhabitants, tribes who settled the island before the arrival of the Gaels. Among these early groups were the Menepoi, a Belgic people from Gaul mentioned by Ptolemy in the 2nd century AD. Their name appears as Manapi, and they are believed to have settled in the southeastern parts of Ireland. The Menepii were closely related to the Veneti of Armorica, sharing the same seafaring and trading traditions that had spread their influence across Europe since at least the 3rd century BC. It is therefore plausible that the Veneti themselves established colonies along Ireland's northern coasts, particularly in Donegal, where ancient sources mention a tribe called the Venixni, likely an overseas offshoot of the Armorican Veneti. The Irish annals even note that the Veneti of Armorica, being skilled sailors, may have been among the founders of the Fir Bolg colonies in Ireland. This idea is not far-fetched, given the maritime expansion of many ancient peoples, including the Greeks, Phoenicians, and Romans. The Veneti, known throughout Europe as expert navigators and traders, could easily have been part of this Atlantic network. In the mythological sequence, the Fir Bolg were eventually defeated by the Tuatha De Danann, a divine race who, like them, descended from the followers of Nemed, an ancient leader who had led his people from Scythia to Ireland after the Great Flood. Forced by calamities and enemies to abandon the island, Nemed's descendants were said to have migrated to distant northern isles before returning as the Tuatha De Danann. The name Tuatha resembles the Venetic tuta, meaning people, and Danu, the name of their goddess, derives from the ancient root Da'an, found in many Indo-European river names. Danu was the mother goddess of the Tuatha De Danann, a divine figure whose name recalls the Vedic Danu of India, mother of the serpent Vrtra, slain by Indra. The parallel between the Irish and Indian myths suggests a deep Indo-European link. Both traditions speak of the children of Danu as semi-divine beings associated with primordial waters and creation. In Greece, too, the Danaoi, the Achaeans of Homer's Iliad, and Danae, the mother of Perseus, preserve the same root, implying an ancient cultural memory that spread across continents. Within Irish lore, the Tuatha De Danann were the radiant gods of the island, and their myths included other Venetic elements, such as the goddess Brigid, alongside their emblematic sacred swans, creatures linked to transformation and purity. The Tuatha De Danann were said to have possessed 4 sacred treasures, each symbolizing power and divine authority. The first was the Lia Fáil, or Stone of Destiny, which could supernaturally confirm the rightful king of Ireland. The second was the Sword of Nuada, known as the Claiom Sole, or Sword of Light, which guaranteed victory to its bearer. The third was the Spear of Lugh, the northern god often equated with Mercury Artios, the protector of the bear, and revered under the epithet Teutates, meaning man of the tribe. The final object was Dagda's cauldron, the great vessel of abundance that could feed all without ever being emptied. This magical cauldron, sometimes used as a sheath for Lugh's spear dripping with blood, was regarded as the prototype of the Grail, embodying renewal and sustenance. The Dagda, patriarch of the gods, was said to dwell in the northern fortress of Ailech, in the region later known as Inishowen, where his son was buried beneath the royal stronghold. From there, his descendants, Macquill, Macsect, and Macgryne, ruled Ireland in succession. Classical sources like Ptolemy recorded this northern residence on their maps, placing it exactly where the Iron Age fortress known today as Grianan of Eileach still stands. Perched high above the bays of Lough Foyle and Lough Swilly in County Donegal, its circular stone walls form an impressive ring 5 meters tall and 4 meters thick, enclosing a broad inner space that resembles an ancient amphitheater. Medieval accounts describe the structure as magnificent, adorned with red stone, gold, bronze, and gems that gleamed day and night. Centuries later, around 320 AD, an architect named Frigrind is said to have rebuilt it after marrying Ailech, a princess from Alba. The fortress became the seat of Ulster's kings, and later the royal residence of Ireland's early high kings. Even in ruins, Grianan of Eileach preserves the aura of Ireland's mythic dawn, a place where the divine Tuatha De Danann, the Fir Bolg, and the echoes of the ancient Veneti still seem to converge under the Atlantic sky. In his Topographia Hiberniae, Giraldus Cambrensis recorded one of the most striking ancient Irish coronation rites. Among the Clan Conile of Donegal, a new king was symbolically united with a white mare in a ritual act of fertility and sovereignty. The animal was then sacrificed and boiled, and while the people feasted on its flesh, the king bathed in the steaming broth before drinking from it, sealing his union with the land. This extraordinary ceremony mirrors the ancient Indo-Aryan Ashvamedha ritual described in the Vedic texts, in which a white stallion was suffocated, its body symbolically united with the queen, and its sacrifice sanctified the divine legitimacy of kingship. Such parallels suggest a shared Indo-European origin of royal rites, that linked kingship, fertility, and cosmic renewal. In the region of ancient Donegal, near the Boreum promontory, Ptolemy's 2nd century map identifies a people called the Wenicnioi, or Venicni. Their name unmistakably connects them to the Veneti of Brittany and to the Venacones of eastern Scotland, indicating a broad network of related Venetic communities stretching across the Celtic world. The Venixni's lineage seems to have survived in later groups known as the Winducati, who lived near modern Dunfanaghy on Sheephaven Bay. The Irish form Dun Fionnacaid may in fact derive from Dunon Winducachon, fort of the Winducati, according to Alan Mac an Baird. These Winducati were the forerunners of the clan Duach, ancestral to the rulers of the Gaul and Irgo kingdoms, and part of the wider Conail dynasty. Ethnically, they belonged to the Cruithni, the early Brittonic inhabitants of Northern Ireland, who by the late Roman era had become completely Gaelicized. Despite later attempts to link them with the Uí Néill dynasty and Niall of the Nine Hostages, the evidence suggests that their true descent came from the older Venichni line. One of their most celebrated ancestors was Conall Gulban, a 5th century leader of the clan Coné, and likely a direct descendant of this ancient Venetic stock. When these Venetic-named peoples, the Veneti of Armorica, the Venacones of Scotland, and the Venicni of Ireland, are considered together, they form a cultural chain that cannot easily be dismissed as coincidence. Each region they inhabited later became rich in Arthurian associations. Brittany, with its legends of Lancelot and Broceliande, Wales with its heroic tales of the Venedoti, and Scotland with the traditions surrounding Stirling and the Venacones. Remarkably, Donegal stands out as the only county in Ireland, out of 32, where such a Venetic name survives. The statistical unlikelihood of this convergence strengthens the suspicion that there may be a genuine link between the Veneti and the Arthurian cycle. English historian Dane Pestano, in King Arthur, in the pseudo-historical tradition, advanced this argument further by comparing the legend of King Arthur with the saga of Murkertach mac Urca, a 6th century Irish king who ruled from the fortress of Ailech in Donegal. His story bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the Welsh Arthur. Murkertach, whose name Mac Urca contains the Indo-European root Artco, meaning bear, reigned between roughly 510 and 537, the same era traditionally assigned to Arthur's life and death. Like the British hero, he was said to die a triple death, a motif that echoes Arthur's mystical slumber in Avalon. Murkertach mac Urca was celebrated as the first Christian king of Ireland, embodying justice and divine kingship, and his son Constantine parallels the Arthurian royal lineage. In certain later Scottish versions, both Arthur and Mac-Urca even marry the daughter of a Frankish king. Mac-Urca's wife, Dwynsetch, shares the linguistic root Gwen with Guinevere, while one of his earlier wives was named Baden, recalling Mount Baden, site of Arthur's legendary victory over the Saxons. Both rulers commanded great armies and fought similar enemies, and a medieval manuscript, Dido Perceval, even places Arthur's final battle not in Britain, but in Ireland itself. Such striking correspondences make it plausible that Murkertach mac Urca was remembered by the Irish as their own Arthur, a reflection of a pan-Celtic heroic archetype that transcended regional boundaries. The Venisconi of Donegal, heirs of the maritime Veneti and distant cousins of the Venacones, could thus have carried into Ireland not only their name, but also the seeds of an enduring legend. The myth of the noble warrior king who defends his people, unites the land, and vanishes into the mists of immortality. Colin Mael Maith, who lived around the early 12th century, is traditionally recognized as the father of Tavis, the figure often credited with founding the noble clan MacTavish of the Scottish Highlands. Yet the roots of the clan reach back much further than local folklore suggests. The MacTavishes trace their ancestry to ancient Irish and Venetic origins recorded in the Irish Annals and in the Ceart Uí Neill document from Donegal. Their lineage is thought to descend from the Winducati, a branch of the Senel Conel, one of the royal lines of Tir Conel, the early kingdom covering much of modern Donegal. Classical sources, such as Ptolemy, identified the tribe of the Venachni in this same region, connecting them with the greater Venetic family that stretched across northern Europe. Medieval genealogies, though often distorted by bardic invention, linked Colin Mael Maith, and thus the MacTavishes, to the legendary King Arthur, a claim also found in the 17th century genealogy of the Campbells. While the historical accuracy of this document is doubtful, its reference to Arthurian ancestry reflects a persistent cultural memory of noble descent from ancient Celtic kings. The deeper lineage of the MacTavish line can be reconstructed through several stages. The tribe of the Venachni gave rise to the clan Coney through their king Conall Gulban, founder of Tir Coney, who died in the 5th century. A later branch, the Senel Enduach, or Winducati, ruled the peninsulas of Rossguil and Irguil, forming the royal families of Donegal. Members of this group eventually migrated to western Scotland around the late 9th century and settled in the ancient kingdom of Dalriata, whose heartland lay in Argyll, with its capital at Dunad. The people of this region were known as Scots or Scotti, a term meaning invaders, which was first applied to settlers crossing from Ireland during the final years of Roman Britain. Modern genetic studies support the long-standing cultural link between Ireland and Scotland. The MacTavish lineage, like many Gaelic clans, is characterized by the R1b haplogroup, common across Western Europe, and distinct from the Eastern Venetic R1, a type. This genetic similarity reveals how close the Donegal and Pictish populations were in origin, preserving the ancient connections between the Atlantic Veneti and the early Celtic peoples of Britain. The Veneti were described as fearless warriors and accomplished seafarers who invoked the divine protection of the Dioscuri before setting out across the ocean. In Roman and Greek writings, the inhabitants of Britain appear under related names: Britons, Prytani, Cruithni, or Fridani, all descending from the same linguistic root, the same root found in the name of the Venetic goddess, Rhaetia. A similar pattern is visible in the name of the Celtic goddess Bridget, whose root corresponds closely to Rhaetia's. Both deities represent different expressions of a shared Indo-European divinity of light and wisdom. Bridget was probably once a solar goddess, as Irish legends tell that she was born at sunrise with a pillar of flame rising from her forehead. Her cult extended across the Celtic world. In Wales, she was called Bright or Freyed, in Brittany Brigantis, in Scotland Brid or Bride, and in Ireland Brigid or Bry, where she was said to be the daughter of Dagda. Like Rhaetia, Bridget's worship became widespread and enduring, giving her name to many places, from the Scottish town of Brechin to the rivers Brynt and Brent in Wales and England, and even the river Brenta in northern Italy. Roman religion later identified Bridget and Brigantia with Minerva, a goddess of wisdom and the arts, mirroring Rhaetia's own association with Athena. Archaeological remains across Britain confirm this syncretism. A bronze bust of Minerva was found in the Roman fort of Cardian in Angus. A grand temple to her stood in Bath, and near Hadrian's Wall, a shrine at Caraburg dedicated to Coventina and Minerva marked the sacred connection between wells, springs, and divine knowledge. Thus, through myth, genealogy, and even bloodlines, the story of the clan MacTavish and its ancestral kin preserves echoes of the ancient Venetic world and the spiritual legacy that linked Ireland, Scotland, and continental Europe in a shared cultural continuum. The surviving Venetic texts consist mainly of short inscriptions, often no longer than a few words, found on votive objects and tombstones. Yet, despite their brevity, linguists have managed to extract important grammatical features from them. In the mid-20th century, Hans Krahe identified 7 linguistic traits that helped place Venetic within the Indo-European family, arguing that it represented a distinct branch of its own. Later, Gvozdanovich re-evaluated these features and showed that 4 of them align closely with Celtic languages, 3 with Italic, and 1 with Germanic. A grammatical ending once thought unique to Venetic, the dash to suffix used in the third-person singular, was later found to correspond to the Celtic T preterite. This discovery strengthened the argument that Venetic was more closely related to Celtic than to Italic. Building on this evidence, Gvozdanovich proposed that Venetic should be classified directly within the Celtic group, a view that contrasted with the traditional stance of many Italian scholars. Earlier, Lejeune had already pointed out that the religious and political vocabulary of Venetic shared few similarities with Latin, but displayed striking affinities with Northern Indo-European traditions, as seen in the Venetic term Aisu for God, related to the Norse Aesir and the Vedic Asura. Venetic and Celtic also share key structural isoglosses, including a preference for verb second-word order and a consonant system that contrasts tense and lax forms. However, Celtic itself was far from uniform, encompassing diverse dialects across Europe. Linguistic comparison shows that Venetic most closely resembles the Brythonic branch of Celtic, languages such as Breton and Welsh, rather than the continental Celtic spoken in the Po Valley. The similarities between Venetic and the Breton dialect of Vanatese are particularly notable, suggesting a historical link between these speech communities. Indeed, many shared words and grammatical patterns are too numerous and systematic to be mere coincidences. Since the Veneti were an older seafaring civilization that had established themselves along the Atlantic long before the Celtic migrations reached those shores, it is likely that Brythonic absorbed elements of Venetic, not the other way around. This view is supported by Tacitus, who observed that the language spoken in Britain resembled that of the Baltic Aisti, a non-Celtic people, implying an ancient northern connection. Tacitus's account carries special weight given his close relationship to Britain's Roman governor Agricola, whose campaigns brought him deep into the island. This lends credibility to the idea that Britain once hosted a linguistic landscape more varied than pure Celtic. Following this logic, Gvozdanovich identified the Vanatese dialect as a living remnant of the Venetic-Brythonic transition. Vanatese exhibits distinctive features such as palatalization and consonant softening, which recall developments in early Slavic languages, and Kenneth Jackson also noted its preservation of ancient phonetic traits. From this, an ethnographic picture emerges. The Venetic peoples, particularly along the Atlantic seaboard, may have played a formative role in shaping what became the broader family of Brittonic-speaking peoples across Brittany, Cornwall, and Wales. The evolution of Brythonic follows the maritime movements of the Atlantic Veneti. It first flourished in Brittany and then spread north along coastal routes to Cornwall, Wales, and eventually Scotland. Its speakers, being sailors and traders, carried their language by sea before it gradually moved inland. By the 5th century, Brythonic began to give way to Irish Gaelic and later to the languages of Germanic and Norse settlers. Only in Wales and Cornwall did Brythonic persist as a living tongue, while in Armorica it survived until the early medieval period, overlapping with the rise of Arthurian tradition. Because both Breton and Welsh descended from Brythonic, they remained mutually intelligible until the late Middle Ages. There is also evidence that Brythonic extended to Scotland, particularly among the Vennecones, as shown by the presence of numerous Brythonic place names in their former territory. Even the name of King Cunedda may derive from the Brythonic Cunodagos, meaning good hound. Kenneth Jackson suggested that the Picts spoke a Gallo-Brythonic dialect, classifying them as P-Celtic speakers, and this view aligns with archaeological and linguistic traces found in their homeland. The Picts used an early writing system known as Ogham, a script formed from groups of carved lines representing different sounds rather than letters of distinct shapes. Meanwhile, the Gaels, Celtic-speaking peoples who had long inhabited Ireland, began settling in western Scotland around the 5th century, establishing the kingdom of Dal Riata. Their speech, the Gaelic of Ulster, remains today in Donegal and closely resembles Scottish Gaelic. These migrations led to the gradual displacement of the Picts and the filling of the political void left after Rome's withdrawal. Linguistically, the Adriatic Venetic shares fewer traits with Gaelic than with Brythonic, reflecting their distinct origins within the Celtic family. This fundamental division underscores that Brythonic was the older and more conservative branch of Celtic, preserving many features akin to those found in West Slavic languages such as Polish and Czech. Through this linguistic and cultural lens, Venetic appears not as a peripheral dialect, but as a key ancestor of the Atlantic Celtic world. In ancient Scotland, the stone of Mano in Clackmannan was revered as a sacred relic by the Menapii and Vennecones tribes, who associated it with the sea god Manannan. This name evokes echoes of older lunar and northern deities such as Men, the Minotaur, and Menulus. Over time, many other stones across Scotland gained legendary status. One of these, a massive granite boulder in Galloway Forest Park, became known as the Stone of King Robert Bruce, marking his victory over the English in 1307. Yet the most celebrated of all was the Stone of Destiny, an object wrapped in mystery and regarded as a divine symbol of royal power and national identity. Tradition claims it was brought from Ireland to the Isle of Iona, later housed in Dunstafnage Castle, and finally moved to Scone in 843 by Synod MacAlpin, the first king of the United Scots and Picts. According to legend, Macbeth, a descendant of MacAlpin, later hid the true stone within his fortress, replacing it with a copy. The Stone of Destiny, known in Gaelic as Lia Fá, symbolized the continuity of kingship and the divine right to rule. Its journey from Ireland to Scotland mirrored the migration of the Gaels themselves, linking it deeply to their myth of origin. Before the arrival of the Gaels, Scone had already been a political and religious center for the Picts, where their kings were likely inaugurated. When the Gaels absorbed Pictish territory, they also adopted the rituals associated with the sacred stone to legitimize their rule. The prophecy connected to the stone foretold that whoever possessed it would reign wherever it rested, turning it into one of the most coveted relics of power. Its size and shape suggest it could have served as a throne on which early kings sat during their inauguration rather than being crowned. Scone's choice as the royal seat was a deliberate act of political symbolism. By establishing their court on sacred Pictish ground, the Gaels aligned themselves with the older traditions of the land and thus secured greater acceptance among the local population. The site of Moot Hill, near Scone Palace, carried deep cosmological meaning, representing the world's center and the connection between earth and heaven. For the Picts of the Vennecones region, Scone stood at the heart of Gowrie, encircled by the provinces of Angus, Fife, Strathearn, and Atholl. Even after the Gaelic expansion toward the eastern coast, Scone retained its sacred significance as the spiritual core of the new Scottish kingdom. The later kings of England understood this power of symbolism well. From 1603 onward, following the union of the crowns, they too were crowned upon the Scottish stone in an attempt to claim its legitimacy. Queen Elizabeth II revived this ancient tradition in 1953, continuing the association between the monarchy and the mystique of the stone. The Stone of Destiny's story also includes centuries of conflict and exile. In 1296, Edward I of England seized it as a political trophy, transporting it to Westminster Abbey and encasing it within a wooden coronation throne that became central to English royal ceremonies. For 700 years, it remained in London until 1996, when it was triumphantly returned to Scotland and placed in Edinburgh Castle with the consent of Prime Minister John Major. Scientific analysis later revealed that the stone was quarried from eastern Perthshire, confirming its origin near Scone and aligning both geological and historical evidence with the local traditions that called it the Eastern Stone in an old Gaelic poem from around 1060. The veneration of a royal stone was not unique to Scotland. Across the Celtic and Atlantic worlds, stones served as thrones for kings, imbued with sacred authority. The Irish monarchs, for instance, were enthroned upon stones outdoors, symbolizing their divine right to rule. Some Scottish stones bore footprints, and only the rightful king's foot would perfectly fit, echoing the mythical proof of legitimacy in the story of Cinderella. This same sacred symbolism appears in the Arthurian legend of the sword embedded in stone, a test that only the true king, chosen by destiny, could overcome. The sword, emerging from the stone, mirrors the axis mundi, the link between heaven and earth, and signifies that only the ruler in harmony with this cosmic axis possessed the wisdom to lead his people. In this context, figures such as Merlin embody the essential guidance of foresight, the ability to discern the rightful path for the realm and secure a just future for all. The true origins of Merlin, the legendary wizard of Arthurian tradition, remain shrouded in mystery. Historical evidence suggests that the character may have emerged from the fusion of two real 6th century bards whose lives and stories later blended into a single mythic figure. The first, known as Myrddin, served at the court of Gwendoলাই ap Teidio, a pagan ruler who governed the Britons of Arfderydd Castle in the region of present-day Arthuret and Carlisle. When Gwendoলাই was defeated and slain around 573 by Christian kings, Myrddin was overcome by grief and retreated into the forest of Caledonia, where, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth's Vita Merlini, he lived in madness and solitude, tormented by memories of war and loss. His sister Gwendid and wife Gwendolen bear names with a distinctly ancient northern resonance, adding to the sense of a distant pre-Christian world. The second bard, Taliesin, lived during roughly the same era and is regarded as the earliest Welsh poet whose authentic works survive. His poems, rich in mythic and symbolic imagery, connect him closely to the spiritual world of early Britain. In The Spoils of Anwephen, Taliesin accompanies Arthur on a mystical voyage to the otherworld, where they seize the enchanted cauldron, an early prototype of the Grail. Similar motifs appear in the Welsh tale of Branwen, where the magical cauldron restores the dead to life. Later traditions portray Taliesin as Arthur's chief bard, as in Culhwch ac Olwen, while Geoffrey of Monmouth reimagines him as a close companion of Myrddin, helping escort Arthur's body to Avalon after the final battle of Camlan. He is even said to have aided Myrddin during his madness and shared a hermit's life with him in the forests of the north. Taliesin's poetry reveals deep ties to the royal house of Cunedda, the founder of the Welsh kingdom of Venedotia. In his verses, he praises the tribe that rules the land, a clear homage to Cunedda's descendants. An elegy dedicated to Cunedda bears the stylistic hallmarks of Taliesin's authorship, expressing profound mourning for the king's death around 460. The bard's association with Cunedda's son, Einion, a ruler of Gwynedd, whose name was later linked to the legendary Uther Pendragon, strengthens the connection between historical Welsh dynasties and Arthurian legend. Taliesin himself owned lands in Arlecfed, in northwest Wales, which were confiscated by Maelgwn, Prince of Venedotia. In retaliation, the bard composed a fierce invective against Maelgwn, cursing him with the Yellow Plague that, according to tradition, struck his kingdom in the form of a serpent. Gildas, writing in the same century, described Maelgwn as a tyrant who had murdered his uncle Owain Danwyn, ruler of Rhos, an act that later storytellers transformed into the betrayal of King Arthur. Over time, Maelgwn evolved within legend into Medraut, Arthur's treacherous adversary at the Battle of Camlan, while in Geoffrey's Historia Regum Britannia, he became the son of King Lot among the northern Votadini. Through these transformations, the boundaries between history and myth blurred, and the bards Myrddin and Taliesin, one tormented by war, the other devoted to sacred kingship, merged to form the enduring figure of Merlin, the prophet and sage whose voice bridges the worlds of poetry, magic, and memory. In the Arthurian tradition, the motif of the swan appears repeatedly as a sacred and symbolic creature connected with the sea, transformation, and divine purity. Lohengrin, the son of Parsifal and thus a descendant of the Venedoti, was said to have arrived from the sea to rescue the young Duchess Elsa of Brabant on a vessel drawn by a swan. This image echoes throughout the medieval Arthurian cycle. In La Première Continuation du Roman de Perceval, a knight is carried away on a small boat pulled by a swan that vanishes back into the sea, while in the tale of the Lady of the Lake, the ship sent for Arthur bears engravings of a woman and 2 swan wings. Even Arthur's helmet, according to Llayamon's Brut, bore the name Goswif, meaning white goose, linking him once more to the same celestial bird. Arthur's mother, Igraine, recalls the old Irish term for goose, further emphasizing this avian symbolism. The writer Robert Graves associated the swan with the goddess Bridget, whose sacred animal in Gaelic Scotland was the white swan. He saw in her an ancient maritime counterpart of the Aegean goddess Brizo, who was honored by offerings of small boats and known for granting prophetic dreams concerning navigation and fishing. The swan was equally sacred in early Irish myth. The god Oengus, a member of the divine Tuatha De Danann and son of the Dagda and Boann, was said to transform into a swan. Known as the youthful god of love and poetry, Oengus's birth itself was miraculous, for his father halted the sun to conceal his union with Boann until their child was born. His beloved Caer Ibormith was a maiden who could become a swan at Samhain, the festival marking the threshold between worlds. Bound by a prophecy foretelling his death on her wedding day, Caer's father refused their marriage. Yet when the veil between worlds thinned on the 1st of November, Oengus found her by a lake where hundreds of maidens had been transformed into swans and chained in pairs. Only Caer's golden chain revealed her identity, and when Oengus recognized her, he too took swan form, and the lovers flew away together above the waters, their song so beautiful that all who heard it fell into an enchanted sleep lasting 3 days and nights. Echoes of this mythic symbolism appear in the material culture of the ancient Veneti. Archaeologists discovered a bronze situla at Posmon, near Montebelluna Hill, dating to the early Iron Age, whose engraved scenes depict the daily and ritual life of the Venetic people. Divided into 3 bands, the images reveal much about their society. The upper band shows a solemn equestrian procession of noble figures and chariots, symbolizing both status and the idea of a sacred journey. The middle section portrays a vivid celebration with athletic games, music, wine, and scenes of love, all centered around a great cauldron that serves as the focus of ritual purification and fertility. The cauldron, which holds wine offered in libation, represents the vessel of life, its hollow form likened to the womb, while the ladle pouring the sacred liquid evokes male energy. The lower band depicts hunting scenes, including deer and boar, which likely carried sacrificial and initiatory meanings similar to the ancient Greek rituals of Artemis, where young girls performed as little bears before marriage in rites of transformation. The sacred cauldron of the Veneti closely parallels the mythical cauldron sought by Arthur in The Spoils of Anwfn from the Book of Taliesin, described as a shining vessel rimmed with pearls, hidden in the other world across the sea. It was in this mystical realm that Morgan, the goddess of Anduin, was said to take Arthur to the Isle of Apples, Avalon, to heal his wounds. Later, Christianized retellings transformed this cauldron into the Holy Grail, linking it to the legend of Joseph of Arimathea, who preserved the blood and water from Christ's body in a sacred cup. Medieval writers such as Robert de Boron reinterpreted the ancient Celtic vessel of renewal into the Christian chalice, blending pagan myth with Christian doctrine. Yet beneath the later layers of theology, the Grail remains a continuation of the ancient Venetic and Celtic symbol of the cauldron, a vessel of divine nourishment, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life and love, much like the swans that once carried the souls of gods and heroes across the waters of the other world. On the lower band of the Posmon situla, a rural figure appears, a man wearing a conical headdress and holding a plow while guiding an ox with a whip. This scene, along with depictions of coupling, echoes similar motifs found on other Venetic situlas, such as the one from San Zeno, revealing a consistent symbolic language in their art. Comparable imagery can be seen on the Benvenuti situla, a 6th century masterpiece of Attestine craftsmanship, which portrays a servant attempting to sell a horse to a seated nobleman holding a cup of libation, as well as 2 boxers competing for a helmeted prize. The Vace situla, discovered near Ljubljana, repeats the same ceremonial pattern. A mounted procession of knights, libation rituals, and a central figure wielding a double-headed scepter shaped like birds, a clear symbol of the solar boat or celestial journey. Another situla, preserved today in the Rhode Island School of Design Museum, shows fighters and a prize cauldron whose symmetrical form resembles the curve of a swan's neck, blending artistry with cosmic symbolism. Although such artifacts display traces of Etruscan influence, they belong firmly to Venetic tradition, reflecting a world view that merged earthly life with sacred continuity. The story of Heraclea, a city that later became the cradle of Venice, can be seen as a continuation of this ancient vitality. Archaeological and literary traces suggest that the settlement emerged unexpectedly following the conquest of Oderzo by the Lombard king Rotari around the time of Emperor Heraclius's death in the 7th century. The first historical mention of Heraclea appears in a papal decree of 640, which established new dioceses in the Lagoon region. Yet the roots of the area stretch far deeper. Long before the Christian era, the 60 or so islands scattered between the Adige and Isonzo rivers were inhabited by industrious fishing and trading communities. Heraclea grew on one of these, the island of Melitissa, a place of natural beauty surrounded by dunes, pine forests, and nesting seabirds. The lagoon's channels linked these islands with the mainland city of Oderzo, whose harbor at Melitissa had already served as a commercial outpost in antiquity. Echoes of this mythic symbolism appear in the material culture of the ancient Veneti. Archaeologists discovered a bronze situla at Posmon, near Montebelluna Hill, dating to the early Iron Age, whose engraved scenes depict the daily and ritual life of the Venetic people. Divided into 3 bands, the images reveal much about their society. The upper band shows a solemn equestrian procession of noble figures and chariots, symbolizing both status and the idea of a sacred journey. The middle section portrays a vivid celebration with athletic games, music, wine, and scenes of love, all centered around a great cauldron that serves as the focus of ritual purification and fertility. The cauldron, which holds wine offered in libation, represents the vessel of life, its hollow form likened to the womb, while the ladle pouring the sacred liquid evokes male energy. The lower band depicts hunting scenes, including deer and boar, which likely carried sacrificial and initiatory meanings similar to the ancient Greek rituals of Artemis, where young girls performed as little bears before marriage in rites of transformation. The sacred cauldron of the Veneti closely parallels the mythical cauldron sought by Arthur in The Spoils of Anwfn from the Book of Taliesin, described as a shining vessel rimmed with pearls, hidden in the other world across the sea. It was in this mystical realm that Morgan, the goddess of Andoin, was said to take Arthur to the Isle of Apples, Avalon, to heal his wounds. Later, Christianized retellings transformed this cauldron into the Holy Grail, linking it to the legend of Joseph of Arimathea, who preserved the blood and water from Christ's body in a sacred cup. Medieval writers such as Robert de Boron reinterpreted the ancient Celtic vessel of renewal into the Christian chalice, blending pagan myth with Christian doctrine. Yet beneath the later layers of theology, the Grail remains a continuation of the ancient Venetic and Celtic symbol of the cauldron, a vessel of divine nourishment, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life and love, much like the swans that once carried the souls of gods and heroes across the waters of the other world. On the lower band of the Posmon situla, a rural figure appears, a man wearing a conical headdress and holding a plow while guiding an ox with a whip. This scene, along with depictions of coupling, echoes similar motifs found on other Venetic situlas, such as the one from San Zeno, revealing a consistent symbolic language in their art. Comparable imagery can be seen on the Benvenuti situla, a 6th century masterpiece of Attestine craftsmanship, which portrays a servant attempting to sell a horse to a seated nobleman holding a cup of libation, as well as 2 boxers competing for a helmeted prize. The Vace situla, discovered near Ljubljana, repeats the same ceremonial pattern. A mounted procession of knights, libation rituals, and a central figure wielding a double-headed scepter shaped like birds, a clear symbol of the solar boat or celestial journey. Another situla, preserved today in the Rhode Island School of Design Museum, shows fighters and a prize cauldron whose symmetrical form resembles the curve of a swan's neck, blending artistry with cosmic symbolism. Although such artifacts display traces of Etruscan influence, they belong firmly to Venetic tradition, reflecting a world view that merged earthly life with sacred continuity. The story of Heraclea, a city that later became the cradle of Venice, can be seen as a continuation of this ancient vitality. Archaeological and literary traces suggest that the settlement emerged unexpectedly following the conquest of Oderzo by the Lombard king Rotari around the time of Emperor Heraclius's death in the 7th century. The first historical mention of Heraclea appears in a papal decree of 640, which established new dioceses in the Lagoon region. Yet the roots of the area stretch far deeper. Long before the Christian era, the 60 or so islands scattered between the Adige and Isonzo rivers were inhabited by industrious fishing and trading communities. Heraclea grew on one of these, the island of Melitissa, a place of natural beauty surrounded by dunes, pine forests, and nesting seabirds. The lagoon's channels linked these islands with the mainland city of Oderzo, whose harbor at Melitissa had already served as a commercial outpost in antiquity. As Roman power weakened, waves of invaders, Visigoths, Huns, Vandals, Ostrogoths, and Lombards swept across northern Italy, forcing the local population to seek refuge in the lagoons. Each mainland town found a corresponding sanctuary. Aquileia's people moved to Grado, those of Altinum to Torcello, Concordia to Caorla, and the citizens of Oderzo fled to Melitissa. Over time, Melitissa evolved from a haven into a thriving maritime hub, sustained by trade with the East and protected by its strategic waterways. Tradition holds that as early as the 2nd century, the entire population of Oderzo relocated there to escape Germanic raids, making the early Venetians descendants of the Baltic traders who once founded the markets of Opitergium. By the 5th century, a cluster of flourishing lagoon towns, Grado, Caorle, Torcello, Malamocco, Chioggia, and Melitissa, had formed around Rialto, the future heart of Venice. Cassiodorus, minister to Theodoric, praised these settlers who lived like water birds, building their homes upon reeds and weaving the marshlands into firm ground. Their salt production and maritime trade brought both sustenance and wealth, while the natural barriers of the lagoon ensured their independence. By 466, the islands had organized themselves into a republic governed by tribunes, maintaining autonomy while preserving good relations with the Byzantine Empire. As the Lombards advanced inland, the lagoon settlements became a bastion of safety. Refugees from Oderzo once again fled to Melitissa, transforming it into a major center. When the river Piave altered its course, the island became a peninsula and was renamed Heraclea, in honor of Emperor Heraclius. By the mid-7th century, it had grown into a vibrant city of nearly 90,000 inhabitants, with grand churches and strong diplomatic ties to both Byzantium and the Lombard kingdom. Its cathedral, dedicated to St. Peter the Apostle, symbolized its spiritual and political strength. However, internal rivalries and external threats strained this prosperity. Conflicts with neighboring Jessalo erupted into open warfare, while raids from Dalmatian pirates ravaged its coasts. In 697, amid chaos, the people of Heraclea gathered in the cathedral and agreed to elect a single leader to restore order. Paul of Oderzo, known as Paoluccio Anafesto, became the first doge, a title that would define Venetian governance for centuries. Under the doges, Heraclea enjoyed renewed splendor and military success, including the reconquest of Ravenna from the Lombards. Yet its long feud with Jessalo reignited, and devastating wars eventually weakened both cities. Following a series of destructive conflicts and raids by the Franks, many noble families abandoned Heraclea, resettling around Rialto and Torcello. As the waterways shifted and the marshes swallowed the ruins, the city of Heraclea gradually vanished beneath the lagoon, its legacy carried onward by the people who built Venice from its memory. The worship of the sun in northern Europe began during the Middle Bronze Age and flourished in the Late Bronze Age, when images of aquatic birds appeared frequently in sacred art associated with rivers, lakes, and marshes. These twin birds, often arranged symmetrically, were symbolic guardians of the solar boat, an emblem of divine power and cosmic balance. The motif, usually featuring bird-headed prows, appeared on bronze foils and ceremonial objects made with the intricate points and studs technique, representing the deep connection between Italy and the Danube-Carpathian region in metalwork traditions from around 1000 to 800 BC. The solar boat became a sacred emblem of faith, much like the cross in Christianity or the Star of David in Judaism, recurring endlessly on ceremonial vessels, ossuaries, incense burners, and even horse equipment. Over time, horses replaced birds as symbols of the solar journey, reflecting the evolving iconography of divine travel. Evidence of this solar cult reached across Europe. In North Wales, near Taliolin Lake in the Snowdonia Mountains, a brass plaque depicting the solar boat was discovered, showing two symmetrical bird heads in Iron Age style. This finding, not far from the lake linked in legend to King Arthur's voyage to Avalon, connects ancient British religious imagery with continental symbolism. The swan, a sacred creature associated with Apollo, also appeared in myths of light and rebirth. Ancient poets likened prophetic singers and bards to swans, and it was said that flocks of them circled the island of Delos 7 times when Apollo was born. The god himself was imagined riding on a chariot or boat drawn by swans on his way to Hyperborea, a mythical land of eternal sunlight. Archaeological parallels in the Aegean world reinforce this connection. A golden plate from the Mycenaean sanctuary of Artemis in Delos displays a boat with bird-shaped stern and prow, bearing a solar disk at its center. Similar depictions from Italy suggest a shared religious language across the Mediterranean and the Danube. Remarkably, this image appeared in the shrine of Artemis, not Apollo, hinting that the solar boat was originally linked to a female divinity, perhaps the forerunner of later goddesses of light and fertility. The continuity between the Mycenaean period and the Urnfield culture in Central Europe, active between 1200 and 1050 BC, suggests that the symbol of the solar boat may have passed between them, either from the Aegean to Central Europe or vice versa. The original Urnfield myth of the solar boat has been lost, but its essence can be compared to Egyptian cosmology, where the sun's daily journey across the sky was depicted as a voyage on two divine vessels known as the Boats of Maat. The morning boat carried the rising sun, manifest as the scarab Khepri, Ra at noon, and Atum-Ra at sunset, while the evening boat carried him through the underworld, defended by gods against the serpent of chaos, Apophis. Egyptian mythology personified the heavens as the goddess Nut, who gave birth to the sun each dawn, swallowed him at dusk, and bore him again the next morning, symbolizing rebirth and cosmic order. If myths could travel across lands and evolve through different peoples, this Egyptian story might have found an echo in the Venetic world. In such an interpretation, the two solar boats became the vessels of the goddess Ritia, representing cosmic harmony. The morning boat carried the youthful sun as Phaethon, Helios, or Apollo, while the evening boat bore him through darkness, pursued by the serpent Python, until he triumphed by slaying the beast that had tormented his mother. This mythic framework, while not directly borrowed, reveals striking thematic continuity: the divine voyage through light and shadow, death and rebirth, chaos and renewal. Like Apollo and his initiate Orpheus, who ventured into the underworld guided only by song and devotion, these myths mirror humanity's enduring vision of a cosmic journey through darkness toward light. Hesiod's Theogony presents the Titans as the earliest gods, predating the Olympians, and echoes of their cult surface far beyond Greece. A Hittite epic parallels the tale of Uranus and Kronos with Anu and Kumarbi, while later Phrygian tradition turns to the tragic figure of Tantalus and his son Pelops. Among the Titan generation, Phoebe and Coeus beget Leto, Latona robed in blue, whose enduring worship at sanctuaries such as the Latoon in Delos links the later Apollonian religion back to a Titan substrate. Pausanias even makes Python, slain by Apollo, a child of the Titan Crius, and Orphic hymns weave Titans and Rhea into Apollo's orbit. A coherent Venetic mythology has never been systematized in mainstream scholarship. University manuals typically list Venetic deities without reconstructing their narrative web, while Greek and Roman mythologies dominate curricula and leave Veneto's ancient tradition obscure. Christianization erased much of the local pagan memory, both oral and written. Yet a wider comparative lens, one deliberately centered on Venetic perspectives, helps recover patterns and relationships others miss. Beginning with the Titan Tantalus, whose father Tmolus adjudged a musical contest between Pan and Apollo, and whose family's fortunes ranged from Lydia to Paphlagonia on the Black Sea, we find themes that foreshadow the Trojan cycle. Paphlagonia was the homeland of the Anatolian Veneti. Pelops ruled there at Anita before the Pelopid line came to Argos, and the Iliad's layered tradition may preserve an older epic stratum in which Venetic actors clash with Ilus, the Trojan founder. Roman syncretism equated Rhetia with Minerva Athena, and the name Pallas, chief epithet of Athena, was also that of a Titan whose protective image, the Palladian, secured Troy. Ancient accounts say the Palladian dropped from the sky when Ilus founded the city. Later, myth has Odysseus steal the smallest of many copies to doom Troy. The Palladian's archaic materials, including dolphin ivory and bone associated with Pelops, further entwine Pelopid, Trojan, and Titan strands. As Apollo's Greek cult centers at Delphi and Delos crystallize in the 8th century BC, Apollo himself shows Near Eastern facets. a plague-bringer akin to the Hurrian Aplu, and a tutelary deity in Hittite treaties under the form Apollonius at Wilusa, the Troad. In the Iliad's opening, Apollo's wrath is epidemic. As a counterbalance, physician Apollo protects cities through oracles and apotropaic rites. The Titans linger at the margins of Apollonian myth. The Homeric hymn confuses Python with the Typhon of Titan lore. Leto is daughter of the Titan Koios. Orphism makes the Titans pivotal in the violent cycle of Dionysus Zagreus. Themis presides at Apollo's birth. Phoebe is remembered as founder at Delphi. Thaia bears Delphos to Apollo. Hyperion fathers the lights of sky and dawn. Climon mothers Phaethon. Boreas, the north wind, descends from Astraeus and Eos. And Hestia, firstborn of Kronos and Rhea, refuses Apollo and vows chastity. Greek authors remembered the northern Adriatic through Titan names. Aeschylus, Hesychius, and Photius call it the Gulf of Rhea. Apollonius of Rhodes has Orpheus recount an older divine order, Eurynome and Ophion, ruling before Kronos and Rhea. Archaeology and epigraphy around Verona, Trentino, Alto Adige, Altinum, and Timovo show unusual extra-Roman devotion to Saturn and Ops, Kronos and Rhea, implying a deep local antiquity for Titan cults that predates Roman influence. These threads intersect repeatedly with Venetic origins and worship. Tmolus, ancestor of Pelops, and judge in Apollo's contest with Pan, lies genealogically a few generations before the Trojan War, near the onset of Europe's Urnfield culture. In this Anatolian lattice, Apollo's earliest character appears as healer and punisher, a boundary god of pestilence and prophecy, whose cult traveled along maritime and riverine corridors the Veneti frequented. From Anatolia, Apollonian motifs plausibly reached the Baltic under the breath of the north wind, and it is noteworthy that Herodotus places the Phrygians in the Balkans before their southward move, keeping a corridor open between the Aegean and the continental north. Among the Adriatic Veneti, Apollo stood just behind Rhaetia in importance. A temple of Apono at Abano Terme is attested in the 1st century BC. Statues and dedications at Lagol in Cador and a sanctuary at Adria point to an earlier 5th century solarization of his cult. At Spina, the 6th century emporium trading amber and Venetic horses, inscriptions and offerings to Apollo were significant enough that the city dedicated a treasure at Delphi. Even small details dismissed as folk by modern writers, like setting flat loaves out for crows, echo Apollo, for the raven was his prophetic bird, and the swan his emblem of inspired song and sacred journey, the same paired swans that frame the solar boat motif. Greek filters demonized the Titans as rivals of the Olympians, but local geographies retained their names and powers. The Adriatic by Timavo was called the Sea of Kronos, with an Isle of Kronos remembered in the far Atlantic. Cold northern waters were Cronium, the Sea of Ice. A river named Tartarus meanders into the upper Adriatic through marsh and shadow. The very image of underworld streams where Kronos and Iapetus dwell. The story of Kronos' castration is placed in Ionian waters at Corcyra, also called Drepana for the sickle, while the Euboeans spoke of both Sea of Kronos and Gulf of Rhea, divine spouses mapped to the Venetic coast. In such a landscape, it is no stretch to see Rhaetia, the great lady of Este and Lagole, as the local face of Rhea, Mater Deorum. Medieval Veneto lore remembered a god, Apo, who unseated a wicked king of Carpanea, thinly veiled Apono, Apollo, suggesting a native pair of mother and youthful god functioning like Rhea and Apollo. Heracles, whose cult is well attested in the Veneto long before Romanization, threads these worlds together. He seeks counsel on the Eridanus from Nereus, slays the Ladon that guards the apples at the western edge of the world, and travels the Via Heraclea, north and west, towards the lands that later inspired the Avalon of apples. In different reckonings, the Hesperides are daughters of Atlas or Themis, keeping the myth inside Titan kinship. Prometheus and Atlas, sons of Iapetus, assist or oppose the hero, who bears the apples back through Tartarus. Heracles passes through Abano, where Geryon had an oracle and golden dice divined the future in the springs. North in Cadore, a triune deity, Trumusiate, is linked to healing waters and triple sovereignty of sky, earth, and underworld, recalling the Slavic Triglav, another sign that Venetic religion sat at a crossroads of Adriatic, Alpine, and Baltic traditions. In the tale of the Ceranian hind, the hero follows the sacred deer north through Istria toward Hyperborea, sparing its life with a bloodless shot beside the river Ladon, near Mount Artemision, a mythic itinerary that folds Artemis, Apollo, Titans, and the far north into one continuous religious horizon. Apollon Petrus, Apollo of the Fathers, points back to a remote northern ancestry. In Greek memory, Apollo is the god of the Hyperboreans. His sacred griffins, and by extension the winged lion that later emblemized the Serenissima, may have entered the Venetic sphere through Apollonian priests who moved along northern routes. The Hyperboreans were not a literary figment. Temple inventories from Delos in the 3rd century BCE record their offerings and even note the hospitality extended to the bearers. Those gifts, carried by maidens named Arge, Opis, Hyperoch, and Laodic, and bundled in straw, may early on have been Baltic amber, the supreme votive for a god whose tears were said to fall as glowing gems when he visited the far north. Hyperborean literally means beyond Boreas, the north wind born of dawn, and the Titan Astraeus. Ancient writers placed their land somewhere past the Thracian highlands, but the earliest geographic notices, Hecataeus of Miletus in the 6th century BCE, situate them in the far north between ocean and the Riphaean mountains, a description that fits the Polish plain between the Baltic and the Black Sea watershed. Ptolemy likewise treats those mountains as the divide of the Baltic and Euxine, and he and Marcian of Heraclea call the northern waters the Hyperborean Ocean. The Orphic Argonautica has the Argo thread this northern corridor. After reaching the head of the Adriatic, a region Greeks knew as the Sea of Kronos, the ship slips through narrows into the great northern ocean that Hyperboreans themselves called the Cronian or Dead Sea. In that high latitude, near the lands of the Arimaspi, Herodotus places the Hyperboreans as the rare nation that did not prey on its neighbors. The Titan myth of Phaethon entwines these geographies. From Hesiod onward, his fall is bound to Eridanus, the river of amber that runs to the Boreal Sea. In one telling, Aphrodite takes the radiant youth into her service as night ward of her shrine. In another strand, Pythagorean lore makes his cataclysm the spark that marked the Milky Way. Eastern myth adds a further resonance, likening the morning star's proud fall to a leonine challenger of the sky god. Scholars have suggested that an early Greek catalogue of heroic women already fused Eridanus, Amber, and the Hyperboreans into a single complex. Latin poets elaborated the tale. Seeking proof of his paternity, Phaethon begs to drive the Sun team, loses control, scorches the north until ice melts, then dives too low, parching rivers and forests, until Zeus strikes him down. He plunges into Eridanus, mourned by his friend Sickness and by his sisters, the Heliades, who harden into poplars that weep amber. Ancient mythographers noticed that these Heliades overlap in name and function with the Hesperides, whose dragon Laodan was slain by Heracles. In some accounts, the Hesperides themselves become a poplar, an elm, and a willow. Other versions plant these nymphs by the Po, which they identify as Eridanus, and send Heracles to the sea god Nereus for the golden apples, just as he ranges toward the Hyperborean north after the elusive Ceryneian hind. Roman authors then anchor the whole cycle in the upper Adriatic. The Electrides, Amber Islands, lie off the Po delta. The Argonauts, after watering at Timavo, where the Dioscuri's horse drinks, turn up toward Eridanus. And a chorus of geographers, from Strabo to Pliny, ties the river's mouth and its coastal bars to this amber trade. In antiquity, those bars formed long barrier islands from Ravenna up toward the future Lido, visited by Veneti, Etruscans, and Greeks. Later, subsidence and shifting channels folded them into the mainland marsh. On this stage, a Venetic story unfolds before Etruscan ascendancy. The great workshop at Fratesina on the lower Po flourished in the 12th to 10th centuries BCE, producing glass and working bone, antler, bronze, and ceramics, and channeling amber south from the Baltic long before Etruscan settlement thickened in the 6th century. By the 8th and 7th centuries, Greek traders from Corinth, Corcyra, and Phocia reappeared in the Adriatic. But soon enough gold displaced amber in Greek monumental art, and Etruria became the voracious consumer and carver of the northern resin. Even so, amber in burials at Este and Padua, and in sites east into Slovenia, shows that the High Adriatic received this material a century before Etruscan power peaked, implying that Veneti redirected commerce inland when overseas demand waned. Southward, the traffic likely moved by sea to Verrucchio as a staging point, and by land and river along an old delta branch that Romans later called the Padusa, and Polybius called the Padoa, linking Padua to Bologna. That very branch could be the historical Eridanus remembered in myth. Meanwhile, Adria, set where Aeschylus placed Phaethon's lament, grew from pile dwellings on marshland between the 10th and 6th centuries BC, while rival Spina turned Etruscan. Greek geographers give the city and the sea their names from an old Po distributary known as the Po of Adria. In Adria's environs, archaeologists have found tiny amber ducks and ram heads, charms that speak to waterways, flocks, and light in a culture nourished by the northern trade. All told, when Apollo is invoked as the ancestor of the fathers and the Hyperborean road is traced through the Adriatic and up the Po, the Veneti stand not at the margins, but at the hinge. Custodians of amber roots, interpreters of a northern god, and keepers of a river the poets renamed to make a myth flow. Aegean traders came to Adria for one thing above all: Baltic amber, which they seem to have exchanged for fine pottery and luxury wares. In the Greek world, the resin turned up most often in sanctuaries, such as the great Artemision at Ephesus, fitting the belief that amber belonged to Artemis. Its static charge, which draws lint and husks, made it ideal for protective charms, and its supposed healing force only heightened demand. The low Po and pole sign crafted the classic Tiryns-type beads, with work documented at Campestrin near Grignano, and, on a far larger scale, at Fratesina, the preeminent amber workshop outside the Baltic. By the 12th to 10th centuries BCE, this riverine hub already linked the northern resin road with the Aegean world, and the delta's Proto-Veneti likely secured their own supplies without relying on Mycenaean middlemen. One major line of traffic ran down the upper Adriatic into Greek and Italic markets. while still older streams of amber had crossed the Risia Pass and the Adige Valley during the Polada culture. The lagoon lanes then tied Adria to Este upstream on the Adige, and in time, Este forged close ties eastward with the Venetic community at Santa Lucia di Tolmino in today's western Slovenia, another large center rich in amber finds. Ancient notices suggest the Venetians themselves gathered and forward-shipped amber to the Greeks rather than the other way round. Herodotus, writing in the 5th century BCE, still doubted where the fabled Eridanus lay, which shows how hazy Greek knowledge of the land route remained. Only with Pythias of Massalia at the end of the 4th century BCE does the trail to the true source come into focus, when his northern voyage identified the amber shores of Abylos, the island we can match with Pliny's Bononia and the Samland Peninsula on the Vistula Lagoon. Even then, this was a seaway discovery, while the inland chain stayed obscure to Greek authors. A later wit, Lucian of Samosata, makes the same point in a dry anecdote from the Po. When he asked boatmen about poplars weeping amber, they laughed and said they would not waste their lives at the oar if such riches really dripped from the banks. The reputation of Venetian traders for sly protectionism fits this picture, from guarding horse breeding stock to keeping the resin roads secret. Roman writers finally pinned down both origin and mechanism. Pliny the Elder called the substance succinum and glycum and explained it as congealed pine sap from islands of the Northern Ocean. He also sketched the distribution network as it stood after Germanic advances broke earlier monopolies. Germans ferried amber toward Pannonia. The Veneti took it up there and spread its fame to the Adriatic. His mileage from Carnuntum to the gathering shores points straight to the mouth of the Vistula. Tacitus, meanwhile, has the Este searching Baltic beaches for the resin. The symmetry is striking. The Este at the route's northern cap, the city of Este at its southern hinge. Under Rome, the standard artery ran from the Vistula up the Warta and Prosna to the Oder in Silesia, then over the Morava into the Danube to Carnuntum, and finally down to Emona and Aquileia on military roads straddling Noricum and Pannonia. The name Eridanus itself wandered. Greeks could hear a familiar Eridanos in a modest Athenian stream and project it northward. Yet in the Veneto, there were real rivers with similar forms, such as Eretainos by Vicenza, and usages tied to the Ritrone Bacchiglione and the Medoacus that later became the Brenta. Venetic speakers called the great river Bedenkos, or Bodinko. Servius and Pliny equated the local Eridanus with the Po. Strabo doubted its separate existence, but cited authorities who set it near the Po marshes. Apollonius of Rhodes imagined its source as a dark, sulphurous swamp where Phaethon fell, a description that evokes the thermal district beneath the Euganean hills and the old cult of Aponus, later assimilated to Apollo. Venetic reach along the Po preceded Etruscan settlement. The Mincio basin around Mantua shows Venetic occupation at Castellazzo della Garolda, after which Etruscan advance pushed their frontier east. The Emporium at Forcello, wedged between Mincio and Po, became a cosmopolitan crossroads of Ratians from the Adige, Golaseca Celts from the Como area, and Transalpine groups from Burgundy, the Marne, and southwest Germany, a mix revealed by everyday fabulae styles and by amber mounts with Central European gold settings that echo the Tyrann's hoard. Poets and antiquarians embroidered the mythic side. Philostratus says the swans sang for the dead Phaethon, yet local boatmen scoffed that Po swans never truly sang, an observation that helped later scholars push Eridanus toward the Baltic, whether the Vistula itself or a tributary like the Radunia recast in Greek. The very phrase Sea of Kronos was used both for the head of the Adriatic and for the far northern sea, which hints at a doublet in river lore as well. In that scheme, the southern Hyperborean horizon would be the pole sign, where resin was traded and lamented in ritual, while the northern Hyperborea would span the Vistula basin. Ancient geographers mark the same latitudes. Strabo says early authors called Hyperborean those around the Black Sea, the Danube, and the Adriatic, a trio that points to the Ineti of Paphlagonia and the Adriatic Veneti. Aeschylus and Pindar place Hyperborea near the Danube Springs and the Venetic lakes that led toward the Rhone. When Apollonius and Euripides identify Eridanus with the Rhone, they may be mapping a commercial fork rather than a single riverbed, one branch draining to the Adriatic, the other to the Ligurian coast. The religious current ran with the traffic. It is too simple to think the Veneti learned Apollo only from Greeks or Romans. Ancient accounts of offerings to Apollo describe a Hyperborean route that descends from above Scythia towards the upper Adriatic before turning to Greece. Callimachus confirms a Central European passage, while Pausanias preserves an even older line from Sinope through Paphlagonia. The Argonaut story adds a beacon on the Anatolian shore, the island of Tinea, where Apollo of the dawn reveals himself and turns towards the Hyperborean road. Lyric poets picture his car drawn by swans, and Cycnus, kinsman and friend of Phaethon, sheds amber tears before turning into a swan himself. Archaeology fills in the northern end. Before the close of the Bronze Age, the resin moved out of Jutland. Then, with the Iron Age, the focus shifted to Samland on the Gulf of Gdansk. Polish sites like Komorowo have yielded heaps of rough amber alongside imports from Hallstatt and northern Italy, while thousands of glass beads from those same regions dot Lusatian culture cemeteries. In the High Adriatic and the Eastern Alps, craftsmen shaped Baltic material into forms unknown on Baltic shores, proof of vigorous local workshops. Viewed over time, the literary Eridanus falls into three horizons. The oldest, from Hesiod to Herodotus, anchors the name in the far north at the source zones of amber, above all the Vistula. A middle horizon centers on the Proto-Venetic pole sign, first at Fratesina in the 12th to 10th centuries BCE, and then at Adria in the 10th to 6th, where women in mourning costume kept the Phaethon lament, and the focus shifted from origin to marketplace. A later horizon tracks the river designation onto the southern Po Delta, between Padua and Bologna, after Etruscan expansion in the 6th century. As for who carried the resin, many see Hallstatt chieftains of the Eastern Alps as the pivotal mediators, since their tombs hold Italic goods and their wares traveled deep into Poland. That leaves an earlier question. Before Hallstatt, did the pole sign Proto-Veneti or the emergent Este culture buy amber directly from Baltic partners? And if so, which ones? One answer reads the Hyperboreans as the Proto-Veneti of the Vistula, a broad Baltic presence active when priestesses still bore offerings to Delos for Apollo Hyperboreus. Leto herself was said to pause among Hyperboreans before traveling as a she-wolf to Delos, a myth that mirrors the wolf lands stretching from the Carpatho-Danubian cradle of the solar boat into the Baltic, the realm of Apollo Lykios, Apollo of the wolves. In Lusatian territories, objects with sun signs and bird figures hint at a female solar cult that may have handed its imagery southward, so that by the 5th century, a goddess of light akin to Rectia, or a bird-bearing lady, yielded the solar mantle to the Greek Apollo, who in the Veneto nevertheless remained above all a healer. All of this moved with other strategic metals. Tin, the essential hardener of copper, issued from a handful of districts and ran along its own corridors that overlapped and braided with the amber roads. Where resin and tin flowed together, cities and cults rose, and along those braided paths, the Veneti stood as interpreters, ferrymen, and, when it suited them, masters of a valuable secret. Tin is a soft, silvery metal that is rare in native form, and, when kept below about 13 degrees Celsius in unheated conditions, slowly decays into a gray powder in a process known as tin plague. In nature, it occurs chiefly as the oxide cassiterite, which appears as crystals or fine grains. Classical writers placed the Tin Islands at the far western edge of the world, and the most plausible match is the Isles of Scilly off Cornwall, a staging point for Bronze Age extraction along Cornwall's northern lodes, such as Wheal Virgin near St. Day and South Crofty at Poole, with ships running south to the Veneti on the Breton coast. Some ancients even pushed the Tin Islands into the Adriatic, hinting at a southern stop on the same long network. Brittany itself held important ores, with a tin deposit at Aberets-Nosai between the Veneti and Namnets, and iron taken from Pempont, later famed as Brocéliande. Its mineral wealth likely exceeded Tuscany's. Many scholars argue the Veneti controlled Atlantic tin and brokered it for Phoenician sailors, while the Greeks, after Pythias, drew Atlantic tin by coasting Spain through the Strait of Gibraltar into Massalia. Carthaginian sea power and the bruising Battle of Alalia broke that monopoly and forced the Greeks to seek land-river alternatives. They abandoned the Loire-Rhône and the Isle of White Seine corridors to Marseille, and instead pieced together a new overland and fluvial chain from Veneti-held Brittany and Cornwall toward Greece. One branch crossed the Great St. Bernard into the Po Plain and out to Spina on the Adriatic. The other hugged northern Switzerland, joined the Via Claudia Augusta near the Riccia Pass, and ran down to Altinum, the doorway to Venice. Switzerland, threaded by the Rhine to the North Sea, the Rhône to the Mediterranean, the Ticino and Po to the Adriatic, and the Inn towards the Danube and Black Sea, became the pivotal link, with lakes acting as inland harbors and amphorae and fine wares arriving from the Rhône as early as the Iron Age. From the Alpine Bugey to the Venetic market town of Vieux, known as Venetomagos, the route cut across the Val de Travers to the trading hub at Châtillon-sur-Glane, then along the Jura's western rim to the lower Aar and the Rhine. Around Lake Constance, called Lacus Venetus by Pomponius Mela and later Brigantinus by Pliny from nearby Brigantium, the tin road met the Venetic amber road that ran past Mount Venet near Fleiss and down the Adige to Este. Venetic echoes persist in place names such as Windisch and Vindonissa in Aargau, and Vent in the Ötztal, where the Iceman Ötzi was found, a reminder of these ancient corridors. Finds are telling but scarce. Late Bronze Age tin pendants at Unteruldingen by Lake Constance, wheel-shaped tin ornaments in northern Italy akin to Swiss types, rare tin pieces from the Rhine near Säckingen, and only recently a Bronze Age ingot at Surcy-Gamenceli. Charge and discharge nodes from the late 6th to early 5th centuries BCE, Vix on Mont-Lassois, Bragny-sur-Saône, Salins-les-Bains, and Châtillon-sur-Glane held Attic imports, Phocian-style pottery, amphorae from Massalia, and large jars that resemble Este production. These hubs flourished around 540 BCE and were suddenly abandoned around 480, when the Greek victory at Salamis reopened the Rhone Sea Gate, and a Bohemian source along the Amber Corridor offered an inland alternative. Throughout, tin routes were braided to amber routes for security and efficiency, and the oldest Baltic to Anatolia amber line, running down the Vistula and across the Kiev region to the Black Sea, plugged into Middle Eastern overland systems stretching toward Central and South Asia. Who physically moved the tin is beyond strict archaeological proof, but the pattern of riverine depots points to heavy cargo going by water, handled not by sedentary alpine tribes, but by specialist convoys, Greek, Etruscan, and Venetic. The Etruscans drew on Tuscan cassiterite, and the Romans, poor river shippers but great road builders, tended to seize mines and peoples, which is how they displaced the Veneti in Brittany and Cornwall. The Veneti are nonetheless securely attested carrying tin across the Channel, as shown by a wreck in southern England laden with their cargo. They favored Europe's great rivers as migration and trade highways, dealt in amber from Baltic headwaters down to the Adriatic, and took over tin distribution when they reached the Atlantic rim. Along the inland chain, hints such as Este-style jars at Châtillon-sur-Glane and Venetic place names like Venania near Lake Constance bolster the case for Venetic agency. While in the Alps, the Adige corridor via the Raesia and Brenner passes dominates amber spectra, and the Bernsteinstrasse into Bern ties Swiss routes to Meuse and Rhone lines. Taken together, the story resolves into three overlapping phases: a late Bronze Age system centered on Fraticina and Alpine Po exchanges, a Greco-Etruscan reconfiguration that routed Atlantic tin through Swiss passes to the Adriatic before Salamis reopened the Rhone, and a Roman phase in which conquest, roads, and imperial markets reshaped yet again the continental traffic in tin, amber, and the many other valuables that traveled with them. During the late Bronze Age, Fraticina in the Po Delta flourished as a hub of metal and amber trade, sourcing its tin mainly from Monte Valerio in Tuscany, the only known Italian cassiterite mine. Pick-shaped tin ingots from this region have also been discovered near Lake Constance and at the mouths of the Rhone and Po, revealing an extensive trade network. Fraticina's metallurgists were skilled not only in crafting tools and weapons, but also luxurious items like situlas, their workshops producing a far greater volume of refined goods than earlier settlements. Barrel-shaped beads with spiral or eye designs, similar to those found near Freiburg and Neuchâtel, suggest that tin was exchanged for such ornaments through trade routes linking the Po and Switzerland. Burial finds from Voidens in Fribourg and artifacts from Peschiera on Lake Garda show the reach of the Urnfield culture and its wide commercial ties before the collapse of the Terramere civilization around 1200 BC. In the Greco-Etruscan period, a snake-shaped fibula from Châtillon-sur-Glane, typical of the Gola Secca culture of Ticino, testifies to a network connecting the Alpine and Po regions through trade in amber and metals. The Greeks, lacking both tin and sufficient copper, depended heavily on imported tin for weapons and armor, with enormous quantities used for battles such as Plataea. Their demand made tin as valuable as gold. After founding Massalia around 600 BC, the Phocian Greeks accessed Atlantic tin via the Rhone and Seine rivers to the English Channel and Cornwall. However, their defeat in the naval battle of Eulalia disrupted Western trade for decades, allowing the Etruscans to expand northward into the Po Valley. Through their contacts in Switzerland, they facilitated the development of early Celtic culture, bridging the Hallstatt and La Tène traditions. Legends of the Elytridi Islands in the Adriatic, said to bear statues of tin and bronze made by Daedalus, may reflect this new eastern route, which ran from Spina on the Adriatic through the Alps, via the Great Saint Bernard, Martigny, and Châtillon-sur-Glane, to Lake Neuchâtel and the Seine Valley. The discovery of hundreds of Greek artifacts along this path, as well as treasures in Vix and Troy, indicates the breadth of these exchanges, though the Greeks likely relied on intermediaries such as the Veneti and Etruscans. Around 480 BC, after Salamis reopened the Rhone route, inland trade hubs like Châtillon-sur-Glane declined, followed soon after by the fall of Spina amid Roman expansion. In the Roman era, the Veneti of Armorica maintained control of tin, copper, gold, and lead commerce from Britain through Brittany to Italy, trading also in amber, leather, slaves, and fine salted foods prized in Rome. River routes along the Loire, Allier, and Saône linked their Atlantic ports to central Gaul and the Rhone Valley, where Venetic merchants held authority over navigation. Archaeological finds at Châtillon-sur-Glane, including Attic ceramics, amphorae, and jars resembling those from Este, show how Venetic trade reached deep into Switzerland. Some Veneti likely came from Brittany, others from the Adriatic, meeting along the tin corridor that stretched from Greece to the Atlantic. Ancient writers such as Strabo later recognized these widespread communities as branches of a single people, identifying their presence from Bavaria to Brittany and suggesting that the famed seafarers who once defied Caesar shared their origins with the early settlers of the Adriatic coast. Archaeological sites have always drawn travelers from around the world, and the ancient trade routes that once linked civilizations continue to fascinate modern explorers. Just as tourists follow the Silk Road today, history enthusiasts can trace the forgotten tin route, which once connected Cornwall to Switzerland and southern France, linking the Veneti of Brittany with their Adriatic kin and extending as far as Greece. Since Europe had only a few sources of tin, this rare and valuable metal became a crucial commodity in ancient trade. Modern travelers can still retrace much of the Swiss section of the route in about 10 days, ideally between June and September to avoid unfavorable weather. To make the journey affordable, visitors can stay in small guest houses and buy supplies locally, discovering history through both landscape and culture. The southern path of the tin route closely followed the ancient Roman road known as the Via Claudia Augusta, built under Emperor Claudius to link Altinum near Venice with Augsburg in Bavaria. This road passed through towns such as Oderzo, Feltre, and Trento before crossing the Alps via the Resia Pass and Mount Venet, where it divided, one branch heading north toward Augsburg, the other west toward the tin trade corridor. In Roman times, the entire journey from the Venetian plains to Lake Constance took several weeks on foot. Today, travelers can follow it by car, passing Merano and Flies, where a small museum preserves Venetic artifacts found near Mount Venet. From there, the route continues toward Brigantium, now Bregenz, on the shores of Lake Constance. This ancient city, mentioned by classical writers like Strabo and Pliny, was a vital trading hub in Roman Raetia and has yielded remarkable archaeological finds, including amber jewelry and reliefs of the goddess Epona. Along the southern shore of Lake Constance, travelers can cross into Switzerland through Thurgau and St. Gallen to reach Constance and the island of Reichenau, once home to an influential Benedictine abbey famous for its illuminated manuscripts. Local tradition connects it to Venetian history through the Candiano family, who maintained close ties with the Holy Roman emperors and are said to have brought a relic of Saint Mark to the island after the Great Fire of Venice in the 10th century. Continuing west, the journey reaches Stein am Rhein, a beautifully preserved medieval town with frescoed houses and Roman remains located near the dramatic Rhine Falls, the largest waterfalls in Europe. From Zurich, a short drive leads to the canton of Aargau and the Roman camp of Vindonissa, an important fortress that once housed the 13th Legion and stood at the crossroads of major imperial roads. Nearby rises the Habsburg Castle, ancestral seat of one of Europe's most powerful dynasties. Not far away lies Augusta Raurica, near Basel, the earliest Roman colony on the Rhine, now an open-air museum showcasing artifacts and a reconstructed villa. From here, the ancient road once continued through Solothurn, Avenches, and Yverdon-les-Bains, linking Gaul to Helvetia and beyond. Farther south, around Lake Neuchâtel, lies a concentration of Bronze Age sites where tin, amber, and other artifacts have been found. These discoveries reveal that the region was already a center of metallurgy and trade long before Roman times. The Latenium Museum in Neuchâtel houses thousands of items from the nearby Latène site, which gave its name to the Iron Age Celtic culture that flourished under Greek and Etruscan influence. Visitors can explore both the museum's rich collections and the stunning natural scenery of the Jura Mountains, including the Creux du Van, a vast limestone amphitheater shaped by glaciers and home to rare alpine wildlife. The route continues toward Fribourg, where the Museum of History displays finds from Châtillon-sur-Glane, another important trading site linked to the tin exchange. Travelers can then pass through Bern and on to Sursee, Hitzkirch, and Zug, where traces of ancient settlements have been uncovered. In Zug's Museum of Prehistory, visitors can learn about early life in the region through interactive exhibits. Modern traditions still echo ancient customs. Every November, the town of Sursee hosts the centuries-old Ganzabhauet festival, where participants, dressed in bright cloaks and golden masks, attempt to strike a suspended goose in a ritual that recalls Europe's deep connection to seasonal celebrations. This journey through Switzerland along the ancient tin route is more than an archaeological itinerary. It is a passage through layers of history where prehistoric trade, Roman roads, Celtic culture, and medieval legends converge in one of Europe's most scenic landscapes. In the 12th century, the Crusades against the pagan peoples of northeastern Europe reached a brutal climax. Under the slogan, "Baptism or Death," 6 chivalric orders joined a holy campaign led in 1147 by the influential abbot Bernard of Clairvaux, whose fiery sermons inspired thousands to take up arms. The Saxons, eager to expand their territories under the guise of evangelization, gathered a massive army of nearly 100,000 men, aided by a Danish fleet. Despite this strength, the northern forces were crushed at the fortress of Doblin, while the southern division under Albert the Bear advanced only slightly, devastating the land through scorched earth tactics, but failing to secure full victory. What followed was the slow destruction of the Wendish world. The Wends, already weakened by earlier conflicts and the fall of Veneta, were overwhelmed by waves of German settlers and soldiers who poured into their lands. By the mid-12th century, over 200,000 German peasants had colonized the region between the Elbe and Saale rivers, forcing the native Slavs into servitude or exile. Those who survived were burdened by heavy taxes, driven into marshlands, or executed without cause. Many were even conscripted into the invading armies and made to fight against their own kin. The systematic killing and displacement of the Wends amounted to a forgotten genocide, an annihilation erased from collective memory. The destruction of Veneta, one of the richest ports of the Baltic, remains one of medieval Europe's unsolved mysteries. There are no surviving contemporary records of its fall, but the Saxon chronicler Helmold of Bosau, who wrote his Chronica Slavorum between 1167 and 1169-1171, offers the closest account. He wrote that a Danish fleet destroyed the prosperous city by order of its king, whose name he did not give, noting that ruins were still visible in his time. It seems likely that the perpetrator was a powerful Danish monarch seeking dominance over Baltic trade routes. Rivalry between the Vikings and the Wends had long existed, dating back to 808, when King Guthric of Denmark destroyed the Obedrite port in his bid to control the sea. Later, Danish kings continued this campaign of aggression, with Magnus I conquering and burning the Wendish city of Wollin in 1043, killing thousands and ending the military power of the Wends. Chroniclers like Adam of Bremen and Snorri Sturluson described the massacre as one of the most terrible in memory. While some have equated Wollin with Veneta, this is unlikely, since records show that Veneta remained a flourishing commercial hub decades later. The subsequent Danish rulers were a diverse and turbulent line. Svein II, known for his intellect, provided historians with much of what is known about early Denmark. His successors ranged from Harald Hen, deemed weak and indecisive, to Canute IV, remembered for his fierce attempts to strengthen royal power. Others, like Erik I, lived extravagantly, while Niels of Denmark was admired for maintaining peace. By contrast, Erik II ruled harshly, and Erik III, known as the Lamb, was considered ineffectual, his death plunging Denmark into a decade-long civil war. Amid these shifting reigns, one constant remained: Denmark's determination to dominate the Baltic. Whether through conquest, conversion, or crusade, the Danish kings continued their pursuit of control, leaving behind a legacy of cultural destruction and unrecorded tragedy, embodied in the silence surrounding the lost city of Veneta and the vanished Wendish people. During the 12th century, Denmark was shaken by violent power struggles that intertwined political ambition with religious zeal. Svein III Grate, having divided the kingdom into Jutland, Zealand, and Scania, declared himself ruler of Scania with the support of German forces. His reign ended in treachery when, during a feast later remembered as the Blood Banquet of Roskilde, he attempted to murder his rivals, Valdemar and Canute. Valdemar survived the massacre and went on to rule as Valdemar the Great, reigning from 1157 to 1182. His early life was marked by tragedy and destiny. His father was killed before his birth, and his mother named him after her grandfather, the Grand Prince of Kiev, Vladimir Monomakh. Raised in the household of Asser Rig of Fjenneslev, alongside Asser's son, Absalon, Valdemar grew up under the strong influence of his future military advisor and spiritual guide. After their narrow escape from Swein's plot, the two formed a powerful alliance that would reshape the Baltic world. Absalon, later appointed bishop, urged Valdemar to launch a crusade against the pagan Wends, accusing them of raiding Danish coasts and threatening Christendom. For nearly a quarter of a century, the Danes waged relentless campaigns against the Wends. Beginning in 1159, Valdemar and Absalon attacked Rostock, setting the city ablaze and devastating the surrounding regions. The war reached its climax in 1168 with the fall of Cape Arkona on the island of Rügen. the last great pagan sanctuary in the Baltic. The fortress, home to the four-faced god Svantevit, fell after a fierce siege, and its idol was destroyed in a symbolic act of Christian triumph. The surrender of Rugen's defenders was followed by forced conversions and the construction of churches to mark the new order. Absalon continued the campaign by sea, capturing Gars and eradicating the remaining Wendish resistance. By 1170, he led Danish forces eastward to destroy Zunuf on the island of Wolin, further extending Danish dominance. Given this timeline, it is likely that Valdemar I and Absalon were responsible for the final destruction of Vineta, a city that had stood for centuries as a prosperous trading hub, admired even by the Caliph of Cordoba. Between 1157 and 1171, the city seems to have vanished, its wealth and defiance erased by conquest. The exact location of Vineta remains uncertain. Medieval texts refer to it by various names: Jumna, Jomsborg, Julen, Vimna, placing it somewhere near the Oder estuary between modern Germany and Poland. Scholars have long debated its position, proposing sites such as Koserow, Ruden, Wolin, Barth, and Damerow. Each location carries legends of floods, fires, or conquest. Excavations on the island of Wolin reveal evidence of a thriving urban center between the 10th and 12th centuries, supporting the theory that Vineta and Wolin were the same. Yet others, like the German archaeologist Klaus Goldmann, placed the lost city further west, in the region of Barth, arguing that shifting river channels of the Oder Delta may have buried it over time. Whether through natural disasters, war, or deliberate destruction, Vineta's disappearance seems to have been gradual but final. Its wealth, derived from trade in amber and other precious goods, likely drew the attention of crusaders and looters, eager for both riches and divine justification. The legend that followed transformed its downfall into a moral tale. A proud, wealthy city punished for its sins and refusal to embrace Christianity, echoing the biblical flood that wiped away human corruption. Yet behind the legend lies a darker truth. The systematic persecution and extermination of the Wends suggest that Vineta's destruction was part of a wider campaign of conquest and religious cleansing. The city was probably razed by Danish forces during the Crusades led by Valdemar and Absalon, its inhabitants killed or enslaved, and its ruins buried by time and shifting waters. Later chroniclers, perhaps uncomfortable with the brutality of Christian crusaders, may have erased all mention of these events. Even the great ecclesiastical encyclopedias of the 19th and early 20th centuries omitted any reference to the Wendish Crusades. Still, traces of the story endure in the writings of Helmuld of Bosau, who described both the pagan gods of the Slavs and the moral hypocrisy of their conquerors. Reflecting on the destruction wrought by those who claimed to bring salvation, Helmuld asked bitterly, "Is not the land we are devastating our own land? Are not the people we are killing our own people?" His words remain one of the few surviving testaments to the silenced memory of Vineta, the fabled Atlantis of the North, and the civilization that vanished with it. In the early 13th century, the chronicler Henricus de Letis described a small and impoverished tribe called the Vendi, who had once lived along the river Venta in Courland before being driven out by the fierce Curonians. Forced from their homeland, many were killed, while the survivors sought refuge in Livonia, where they settled near Mons Antiqua, the hill later known as Sisis in modern Latvia. There they built a new home around what became the medieval fortress of Sisis Castle, situated in the Vidzeme uplands. The Vendi's displacement tells a story of a once prosperous seafaring people who had likely been active traders along the Baltic coast, but were weakened over time by the pirate raids and territorial wars that ravaged northern Europe during the 11th century. Historians have long debated the origins of the Vendi. The Polish scholar Ochmanski believed they were descended from the Vistula Veneti, an ancient trading people who once controlled the northernmost stretches of the Baltic Sea. Courland, with its river access to the sea, would have been a natural outpost for such merchants. Yet archaeological findings provide an unclear picture. Similar artifacts discovered across the region, multi-faced idols reminiscent of the Slavic deity Triglav, for example, have been unearthed both in Riga and in the Polish region of Wolin, suggesting a wider cultural web. Some linguists, including Max Vasmer, proposed that the Vendi may have been of Finno-Ugric origin, noting that several Estonian place names resemble the word Vend, and that in Balto-Finnish languages, Vondlane means foreigner, implying the Vendi were outsiders among the Baltic tribes. Linguistic parallels even stretch southward. In modern Latvian, the word for market, Tirgus, echoes the ancient Venetic names Opitergium and Tergeste, while the river Divina that flows through Riga shares a linguistic root with several Venetic river names. The arrival of cremation practices along the Divina around 1100 BC also reflects a cultural transition linked to distant Venetic traditions. The Christianization of the Baltic, which transformed the fate of the Vendi, began under Bishop Meinhard of Ixkill, who tried to convert the Livonian peoples through persuasion and example. After his death in 1196, however, resistance to conversion flared, and his successor, Bishop Berthold, returned to Livonia at the head of an army inspired by the militant zeal of the Cistercians. The new campaign was marked by forced baptisms, which were soon renounced once the Crusaders withdrew. The Vendi even washed away their baptisms in the Divina and expelled the priests. In 1199, Bishop Albert of Riga launched a more decisive invasion. Leading 23 ships up the Divina, he began a crusade formally sanctioned by Pope Innocent III, who equated it with the wars in the Holy Land. Though Albert initially negotiated peace with the Vendi, he soon betrayed it by arresting their elders and taking their sons hostage. To secure his rule, Albert founded a permanent military order known as the Livonian Brothers of the Sword, whose knights wore white mantles marked by a red sword beneath a cross. Bound by vows of obedience, poverty, and chastity, these warrior monks established a network of castles across Livonia and Courland, transforming them into the first lands governed by a chivalric order in medieval Europe. Their stronghold stood at Wenden Castle, the former Vendi settlement, where Albert's forces and the newly converted Vendi held out against Estonian and Russian assaults. From this fortress, the Vendi joined the Crusaders in further campaigns against their pagan neighbors, sealing their transformation from an independent trading people into instruments of the Christian military orders. Although their distinct identity faded under German domination, their legacy endured in symbolism. The red and white banner, first raised by the Vendi at Wenden, later became the national flag of Latvia, one of the oldest surviving flags in Europe, a silent reminder of a tribe that once bridged the worlds of the ancient Veneti and the Christian knights who reshaped the Baltic. The chapters dealing with the Crusades against the Wends were written to shed light on historical truth rather than to express hostility toward religion. While it is undeniable that many atrocities were committed under the banner of Christianity, history also records countless massacres carried out by secular or atheist regimes. The totalitarian governments of the 20th century, particularly those under Stalin and Mao, are estimated to have caused the deaths of tens of millions, proving that intolerance and violence are not confined to any single belief system. The purpose of historical objectivity, therefore, is not to assign blame, but to remind us of humanity's repeated descent into cruelty and to advocate for tolerance, a value now enshrined in modern ethics and protected by international institutions. True adherence to the Christian message of universal love may be beyond reach, but striving toward mutual respect despite differing beliefs remains a moral imperative. There are no surviving records detailing how the ancient Veneti were evangelized, and the persecution of European pagans remains a largely neglected subject. Historians have often preferred silence on such matters, just as they have minimized the devastation inflicted upon indigenous peoples in the Americas and Australia. These tragedies reveal that religion, far from being the direct cause of violence, was often used as a political instrument to expand power and wealth. Christianity's claim to be the sole true faith created a framework in which other religions could be dismissed as false, allowing rulers to justify conquest and forced conversion. From its earliest centuries, the Church sought to unify and standardize doctrine by selecting 4 canonical Gospels from among many competing narratives, while rejecting the mystical writings of Gnostic tradition. Gnosticism portrayed humanity as fragments of divine light born from Sophia, wisdom itself, who had fallen into ignorance within the material world. Salvation was understood as a return to awareness of this inner light through Christ, the revealer of truth. This symbolic concept bears a fascinating parallel to modern science, which suggests that the essence of creation still echoes within every particle of matter and within human consciousness itself. Gnosticism's vision of rediscovering the divine spark within mirrors our scientific search for origins through DNA and evolutionary memory. Genetic research now reveals that all humans share deep ancestral unity. Mitochondrial DNA traces all living women back to a single maternal ancestor who lived roughly 140,000 years ago, while the Y-chromosomal Adam lived about 60,000 years ago. The study of these lineages, known as archaeogenetics, allows scientists to reconstruct the migrations and connections of ancient peoples. One recurring mystery concerns the relationship between the Veneti and the Slavs. Scholars have long debated whether these names referred to the same population, to different but related groups, or whether one gave rise to the other. The Veneti are mentioned in ancient sources as early as the 2nd millennium BC, long before the Slavs appear in Byzantine records. Some historians, like Florin Curta, have suggested that the Slavic identity was a Byzantine construct rather than an ethnically distinct reality, while others, such as Jadranka Gvozdanovic, argue that textual evidence distinguishes the two peoples and that the Veneti were dominant in earlier periods. Recent genetic studies provide new perspectives. Research led by Marta Mielnik-Sikorska, based on mitochondrial DNA samples from Central Europe, suggests a remarkable continuity of population from the Bronze Age to the early medieval period. This finding challenges older theories that claimed the Slavs migrated into the region only in the 6th century. Instead, it appears that cultural change, rather than large-scale population movement, shaped the emergence of Slavic identity. In Poland, the Lusacian culture of the Late Bronze Age represents one of the key ancestral foundations of the region's modern people. Genetic markers such as R1A and its subgroups Z280 and M458 dominate the Polish population today, indicating a long-standing genetic continuity. Unfortunately, because the Lusatians practiced cremation, their physical remains yield little direct DNA evidence. Yet what little can be inferred points toward a deep-rooted lineage linking the peoples of the Bronze Age, the Veneti, and later the Slavs. A shared heritage shaped not by sudden invasions or forced conversions, but by the gradual unfolding of human history across millennia. Among the Veneti, music held a profound symbolic and spiritual importance, combining both stringed and wind instruments to achieve balance and harmony. Their use of the lyre and the pan flute reflected this ideal fusion. The lyre, with its 7 strings, embodied order and moderation, while the flute, made of reeds and linked to ecstatic inspiration, represented passion and emotion. Together, these instruments united opposing forces, rational and instinctive, celestial and earthly, forming a complete expression of the human spirit. The lyre, said to have been invented by Hermes, was crafted from a turtle shell, sheep gut strings, and horns. Each part carried sacred meaning. The shell represented the link between heaven and earth. The skin signified sacrifice, and the horns symbolized celestial power. Hermes gifted this divine instrument to Apollo, who later passed it to his son Orpheus, whose music could charm wild beasts and even soften the heart of Hades himself. In contrast, the pan flute originated from a tale of love and transformation. The god Pan, in pursuit of the nymph Syrinx, watched her turn into reeds to escape him. When the wind passed through those reeds, it produced a haunting melody that inspired Pan to create the instrument bearing her name, the Syrinx. From then on, he played its notes as an eternal remembrance of his lost love. The pan flute, one of humanity's oldest instruments, dates back to around 2500 BC and was astonishingly known across distant civilizations, even in the pre-Columbian Americas. Typically made of an odd number of reeds, 5, 7, 9, or 13, it was especially favored in its 5-reed form among the Veneti, as depicted on ancient situlas. Classical writers described its materials and construction. Apuleius praised the swamp reed as mother of sweet music, while Virgil mentioned flutes made from water hemlock. Although the hemlock plant is poisonous, the artist and researcher Walter Maioli demonstrated that once dried, it loses its toxicity and produces a remarkably light yet resonant tone. Using hemlock stems, he successfully recreated ancient instruments, confirming the superior sound quality described by ancient poets. Over time, artisans also crafted pan flutes from wood, terracotta, ivory, and metal, preserving their powerful tone and sacred associations. The earliest musical scales emerged from these primitive instruments, forming patterns that influenced ancient and folk traditions across cultures. Their rhythms, often based on continuous drone notes, survived through centuries of oral heritage. Even today, in the region of Bergamo in northern Italy, musicians still play traditional pan flutes with the distinctive pointed sound technique, using a quick burst of the tongue to produce bright, piercing notes, a direct echo of ancient Venetic musical style. In art and mythology, the pairing of the lyre and pan flute persisted as a recurring symbol of dual harmony. In Etruscan Venetic culture, depictions such as the Certosa situla show these instruments together, the lyre sometimes replaced by a kythara, a wooden variant associated with Apollo. The same combination appears in Roman frescoes from Pompeii, especially in Dionysian rituals, like those in the Villa of the Mysteries. Modern reconstructions by ensembles such as Synolia have revived these ancient sounds, revealing how specific musical frequencies were believed to evoke emotional or even physical transformations, a form of enchantment that bridged music, spirituality, and nature. Ancient sources recount how the Etruscans even used music to lure and capture wild animals, demonstrating their belief in its magical force. Apollo, the god of light and harmony, was inseparable from his cithara, while his companions, the Muses, embodied the art of song. Through his instrument, Apollo expressed the cosmic order, the music of the 7 planets, showing that for the ancients, melody reflected the very structure of the universe. Yet myth also tells of conflict between the flute and the lyre. When Pan dared to challenge Apollo in a contest of skill, the ignorant King Midas judged in favor of Pan. Offended, Apollo transformed the king's ears into those of a donkey. Ashamed, Midas hid them beneath a hat, but his secret was discovered by his barber, who, unable to bear the burden, whispered it into the ground. From that spot, reeds grew, and when the wind blew through them, they whispered to the world the barber's confession, "King Midas has donkey ears." Thus, music itself became the eternal voice of truth, a reminder that even when silence is imposed, nature and sound will reveal what humans attempt to conceal. In the Friulian language of northeastern Italy, the rainbow is called Arc di San Marc, meaning St. Mark's Arch, a sacred bridge believed to connect distant points of the horizon. According to local tradition, the Apostle St. Mark journeyed from Alexandria in Egypt to Aquileia during his missionary travels, arriving near a forest still known as the San Marco Pinewood. On a small fossil hill within that forest stands a chapel dedicated to him, said to be the place where he composed his gospel. His symbol, the winged lion, reflects the roaring voice of John the Baptist, which opens his gospel and signifies divine strength. Although historical documentation is lacking, scholars like Federico Orso have argued that the tradition is supported by indirect evidence. During St. Mark's lifetime, there were strong commercial and cultural ties between Alexandria and Aquileia, and early Christian communities in the region adopted many Jewish Christian practices originating from Egypt. The Church of Aquileia maintained these traditions for centuries, celebrating Saturday as a holy day, preserving a distinctive version of the Apostles' Creed, and venerating a female figure called Sante Sabide, or Saint Saturday. The influence of St. Mark also appeared in local Christian customs that blended older rituals with new faith. In Aquileia, Pentecost was once celebrated with music, water rites, and ecstatic dances, remnants of which survive in the traditional dance known as La Furlana. Records from the Inquisition describe how, during Pentecostal night vigils, villagers marched in pairs singing Schiarazzula Marazzula, an ancient chant thought to symbolize the struggle between good and evil. These rituals recall the pre-Christian practices of the Benandanti, shamans who used fennel, a sacred plant, to protect their communities. The theology of universal salvation, or apokatastasis, likely influenced St. Mark's thinking. Originating in Alexandria, this doctrine taught that all creation, even the fallen, would eventually be restored to divine unity. This belief contrasted with St. Paul's view that salvation was reserved for the baptized, aligning St. Mark more closely with St. Peter's inclusive interpretation that Christ's sacrifice redeemed all humanity. Although the concept was later condemned as heresy in the 6th century, it revealed the moral and philosophical depth of early Alexandrian Christianity, in which St. Mark was deeply rooted. At the heart of Aquileia's basilica lies a grand mosaic depicting Jonah swallowed by the sea monster, a biblical image also reflecting older solar myths of death, darkness, and rebirth. This merging of Christian and ancient symbols highlights how early faiths often absorbed local beliefs too deeply ingrained to erase. A particularly captivating chapter of this story surrounds the relics of St. Mark. In the 9th century, amid tensions between Venice, Aquileia, and the Byzantine Empire, Venetian merchants stole what was believed to be the evangelist's body from Alexandria to elevate the prestige of the Venetian church. The merchants, Rustico of Torcello and Buono of Malamocco, reportedly hid the relics beneath layers of pork to avoid inspection by Muslim guards. The relic was eventually enshrined in Venice, though for a time it was also said to have reached Lake Constance, where the Candiano family gifted it to the Abbey of Reichenau. In Venice itself, the relic was long lost after a fire destroyed St. Mark's Basilica in 976, only to be miraculously rediscovered in 1094, when, according to legend, a sweet fragrance filled the air and the saint's arm appeared from a pillar to reveal the hiding place of his body. The people, led by Doge Vitale Falier and Bishop Domenico Contarini, celebrated this as a divine revelation, and the saint's body, perfectly preserved, was displayed for months to the faithful. The veneration of relics had deep roots in ancient hero worship, echoing Greek traditions of honoring the bones of Pelops or Tantalus. This connection has led to one of Venice's most enduring mysteries, the theory that St. Mark's remains may in fact belong to Alexander the Great. Both figures were buried in Alexandria, and both tombs vanished around the same time in late antiquity. Some scholars, such as Andrew Chugg, suggest that the body brought to Venice was actually that of the Macedonian conqueror, citing similarities in preservation and artifacts found during restorations of the basilica, including a fragment bearing the 8-pointed star of Alexander's dynasty. Modern scientific analysis offers the potential to clarify the truth. Radiocarbon dating could distinguish between remains from the 4th century BC and those from the 1st century AD, while isotope tests might reveal the individual's geographic origins. Ancient records note that Alexander suffered injuries to his leg and chest, details that could be verified through examination. For now, the mystery remains unresolved. The Vatican, however, has confirmed that one relic preserved in Venice and protected by the Reggimento Lagunari, Serenissima, belongs to a man who lived in the time of St. Mark, affirming at least part of the ancient tradition while leaving open the alluring possibility that beneath the Basilica of Venice lies not only the body of an evangelist, but perhaps the mortal remains of the world's most legendary conqueror. Eos, the saffron-robed personification of dawn, belongs to the most ancient stratum of Greek myth, named alongside the Titans in Hesiod and rising each morning from the rim of ocean. Daughter of Hyperion and Thaia, and sister to Helios and Selene, she touches the Venetic world through the tale of her son, Phaethon, whose fall with the sun chariot was placed in the Po. The winged dawn maiden traveled across Italic imaginations as Aurora to the Romans, and Thesan to the Etruscans, who loved to carve her on amber in scenes of her pursuit of the youthful Cephalus. Orphic song gives another facet, calling Phaethon Protogonus, an emanation of the first Eros born from the egg of night. Across the Indo-European horizon, she is mirrored by the Vedic Ushas, beloved of poets in the Rig Veda, and invoked in lines that praise her radiant emergence. The shared root Ausos ties Ushas to Eos, to Lithuanian Osra, and to the northern spring goddess whose name survives in English Easter and in German Ostara. In this same comparative frame, Indra stands beside Apollo as a cognate figure. Greek tradition later confounded Helios with Phoebus, and then with Apollo, as Olympian religion rose under Zeus, while Vedic hymns tell how Indra frees dawn and the herds from the cavern of the demon Vela. Oxen and flocks number 50 by 7 in the herds of Helios, a cipher of the weeks of the Greek year. Hermes steals Apollo's cattle. Heracles' capture of Geryon's herd in the far west becomes a cosmogonic act of reordering time, a theme that returns in the oracle of Geryon at Abano, a Venetic seat under the name of Apollo Aponus. Vedic scholars such as Lokmanya Tilak saw in the hymns to Ushas the memory of long polar dawns, some chants designed to fill the vast interval between first light and sunrise. The older idea that the sun must cross an undersea realm explains why Indian poets set the solar passage by boat, and why Greek Helios rises not from wheels, but from a golden cup that carries him over the waters. Heracles receives this cup for his westward voyage, and the Titan Oceanus tests him with a swell, a pattern of trial that echoes Phaethon's fatal attempt to drive the chariot. Northern Europe preserves the knightly boat more explicitly. Among Latvians and Lithuanians, Saul rides a shining car by day and a golden boat by night, is bathed and sent forth anew, weakens with shortening days, and is mourned in songs of amber tears for a daughter wronged by Menulus the moon. Farther north, the sun remains a woman. Germanic Suna, Norse Sunu, Finnic Paivatar, and Akanidi, the Korean and Japanese solar queens shaped by Siberian currents, and Iranian Anahita enthroned upon a lion. Anatolian memory tells of a lion goddess who rules all lands, and along the Ponto-Baltic axis, such solar imagery could travel to the Veneti, whose goddess Rhaetia bears the solar boat's emblem as key or bifid scepter. On a bronze disc from Montebelluna, she appears with a subdued wolf, a northern motif that meets the Edaic vision of the sun maiden hunted by the wolf Skoll, whose bite is eclipse and whose triumph arrives at Ragnarok. Within the Uranian sphere, the Veneti also revered Saturn, the Roman face of Kronos, whose Titan kin named great rivers like Eridanus and Istros, and whose daughter Leto and the last Titanide Hecate bridge Anatolian and Hellenic theologies. Hurrian Kumarbi stands as the crooked-minded counterpart of Kronos and bears a sickle like the lunar crescent, the same blade with which Kronos unmanned Uranos, a violence that recalls Attis and even the sundered figure of Menulus. Rhea rides lions and yokes them in the Orphic hymns, so that an archaic polarity emerges with relentless clarity. The female side aligned with sun and lion, the male with moon and ox, a contrast also hinted when Oceanus is drawn with horns. In the Phrygian guise of Cybele, this lunar masculinity is signaled by the pointed cap of Attis, a horn shape that survives across centuries in the ducal bonnet of Venice. At the very root of these memories lies the outline of a Proto-Indo-European drama in which a solar maiden or lion goddess has two suitors, the moon-ox god, who will be cut down, and the heavenly twins. India names the twins the Ashvins, and sometimes gives them the sun's daughter Savitar as bride. The Baltic calls them Ashvienii and harnesses them to Saul. Greece knows them as Castor and Pollux, the Dioscuri, whom the Veneti especially honored under names like Alci and Alcumno at Este. Even Helen, their sister, carries in her name the stem of light that glows in Helios and in the word for amber, while Menelaus bears the stem of the moon, a final linguistic shimmer of the ancient pairing that bound dawn, sun, twins, and the sea-bright boat that ferries light across the night. In 1947, Massimo Pallottino reframed the Etruscan question by arguing that the real issue is not where they came from, but how their people took shape, urging scholars to replace provenance hunts with a historical account of ethnic formation, a process that forged in Etruria between the 9th and 10th centuries BCE, 1st centuries, before Christ, its own language and traditions, from Oriental, continental, and native strands that must be weighed and compared. He did not claim autochthony or sidestep migrations. Rather, he proposed a balanced method that later proved fruitful and was extended to other Italic cultures. Whether the same lens suits the ancient Veneti is less clear, since they were a trading folk defined by constant micro-migrations and the planting of like-for-like colonies along their routes, a dynamic profile poorly served by static origin models. After 1984, Italian debate largely declared the Venetic origin problem settled and research stalled, even as archives and archaeology across the former Eastern Bloc remained hard to access. Meanwhile, new evidence kept the Etruscan origin dispute alive. Some genetic work, including mitochondrial signals such as U7A2A among modern Tuscans, seemed to echo Herodotus's tale of a Tyrrhenian migration from Lydia, while other scholars pointed to Dionysius of Halicarnassus and questioned an Anatolian derivation because available Anatolian genomes are millennia older than the emergence of Etruscan culture. Next-generation sequencing and haplogroup population genetics now promise to reshape these debates, Venetic ones included. Even the cultural scaffolding in the Northeast is being rethought, with some archaeologists rejecting a simple derivation of the Este culture from the so-called Proto-Villanovian horizon, a label long used for late Bronze Age phenomena spread across Italy, yet poorly defined as either culture or chronology. Before the Veneti, the Po Plain hosted the Terra Mare settlements from the 17th century before Christ, fortified platforms along the Alpine trade arteries for tin and amber that connected the Adriatic with the Mycenaean world. Around 1200 those communities collapsed through a mix of resource and systemic crises, leaving much of the region sparsely inhabited until Etruscan expansion centuries later. In the Veneto, a new hub, Fratesina on the Po, rose as a mediator to Central Europe for amber and to the Mediterranean for exotic goods, sharing many traits with the Danubian groups of the Urnfield sphere, and marking not a local rebirth but a cultural replacement. Like their northern counterparts, the Veneti cremated their dead and buried ashes in urnfields, which fits Maria Gimbutas' view of North Alpine urnfield groups moving into northern Italy, and dovetails with the wider spread of the Lusatian tradition across Central Europe. Whether one stresses an Este link to Urnfield or to Lusatia becomes secondary if Lusatian bearers are seen as early settlers of the East German and Polish zone, whose funerary model fanned out and fused with local substrates to yield regional variants such as the Veneti on the Adriatic. Hallstatt, as mapped by Bogusław Gedyga, reaches from Silesia into the Veneto and clearly left its mark on early Venetic development, yet it postdates the birth of Este by at least a century and expresses a cultural veneer of mixed ethnicity, so it cannot resolve the question of Venetic origins. Even its funerary preference for inhumation contrasts with the Venetic cremation rite. While Italian scholarship largely declared the origin debate closed after Pallottino, discussion abroad persisted. In 1990, Wojciech Nowakowski summarized two dominant views. One takes the Veneti as Slavs, or a key root of the Slavs, echoing Giordani's note that names later diverged into Sclaveni and Antis. The other, advanced by Gerard Labuda, casts the Veneti as an archaic Central European substrate, later reduced to scattered branches in the Adriatic, Brittany, the Vistula Basin, and Tacitus Venethi. Linguistic and historical threads strengthen a long-range trade and river narrative, with Françoise Bader describing Venetic movements that follow the great waterways and revive Livy's Antenor story from Paphlagonia, while mythic history around Pelops, the migrant lord from Asia Minor who wins with divine horses and a golden chariot, preserves memories of famed Venetic stock that later triumphed at Greek games. Greek writers kept Pelasgians distinct, seaborne and tied to Spina, whereas the Veneti are consistently river-bound. Set against the wider convulsions of the 12th century before Christ, climatic stress, famine, sea incursions, and mass overland migrations, Central Europe's Lusatian heartland appears as an epicenter, radiating the Urnfield pattern across much of the continent and helping to drive southward movements that some scholars identify with the Bryges in the Balkans and, in Anatolia, with the Phrygians. Phrygian pressure helped topple the Hittite Empire, just as the Mycenaean world unraveled around 1200 BC amid raids by the Sea Peoples, a loose coalition often said to include Anatolian groups such as the seafaring Luca, the Teresh or Tursha, linked by some to Tyrrhenians. The Danuna identified either with Greek Danoi or the tribe of Dan, and the Weshesh associated with Troy. Climate stress and drought likely drove inland peoples to the coasts and set off cascading migrations. In the same horizon, the Lusatian sphere pushed to Fraticina in the Po lowlands, a movement that aligns with Jadranka Gvozdanovich's phonological argument, tying an Eastern Proto-Venetic speech to the Adriatic Venetic inscriptions and to the Breton Vanatise dialect, a chain that tempts a Celtic classification but collides with chronology, since Venetic epigraphy predates Latin, and the Veneti are archaeologically in place by the 9th century before Christ. Venetic may have mediated vocabulary flows from Eastern Central Europe into Latin, as in the path from Slavic Murtiv through Venetic Murtuvoi to Latin Mortuus. Lejeune could therefore place Venetic between Celtic and Italic, and Slovenian features such as Lenitian point to Venetic influence, while the Centum-Satum divide blurs if, as Henning Anderson suggests, early centum traits were absorbed by Slavic before it shifted, with Celtic or Venetic as a plausible source. Whether one labels Venetic centum, a bridge across the isogloss, a Celtic branch, as Gvozdanovich argues, or an archaic autonomous lineage as Krahe and Ptolemy, maintain matters less than the shared picture that the Atlantic, Baltic, and Adriatic Veneti spoke closely related languages and likely carried a common cultural package. Classical authors from Pliny and Herodotus to Strabo and Livy consistently treat the Veneti as migrants rather than autochthons, a view echoed by many modern scholars who envisage specific movements beyond broad Indo-European dispersals. Italian voices such as Giulia Focolari have even traced an entry via the Danube-Sava-Drava waterways, while Giovan Battista Pellegrini weighed two possibilities: either a single people akin to the Celtic diaspora, as in Kretschmer's linkage of Venetic spread to Urnfield expansion from the Lusatian heartland, or a generic ethnonym rooted in the stem wen, conquerors in Devoto's reading, representing a later Indo-European wave. A satisfying account will not come from linguistics or potsherds alone, but from a synthesis of history, language, myth, genetics, archaeology, and anthropology. Read this way: Objects Speak. Duckbeak dippers from Lagol mirror Lusatian Simpula used for libations, spiral hilt antenna swords, and double spiral armillas index a symbolism of outward and inward cycles that matches Vedic Agni with spiral horns and Apollo Carneus with ram imagery, while twin swastikas, the Latvian fire cross, and Venetic andirons with stylized spirals and ram heads attest to a fire cult. Even the name Lusatia, meaning swamp in the local tongue, suits a people at home in wetlands, much like the river-bound Veneti who moved along Europe's great waterways and left parallel material signatures from the Baltic to the Adriatic. Felice Vinci argues that the world of Homer belongs in the Baltic rather than the Aegean, pointing to northern light patterns, strong tides, and a cold, leaden sea, as well as mismatches between Homeric geography and the actual layout of Greek waters. Critics reply with winter snowfalls recorded for Anatolian Troy, the summer use of heavy gear for protection rather than warmth, and the fragile chain linking Baltic place names to epic sites, such as Troy and the Finnish Toija. The historical Troy, known from Hittite diplomacy as Wilusa, had deep ties to the Hittites, likely supplying the famed chariot horses, and names in their records sit close to Homeric figures, while the destruction of Troy 7a around 1180 BCE shows fire, bodies left unburied, and heaps of sling and catapult stones, with 7b slipping quickly afterward. If the Iliad is treated as a weave of northern and Mediterranean strands, the origin question can never be settled by details alone. Yet one stark inconsistency separates Homer's practice from the Mycenaean world, because the poem knows only cremation with barrow burial, complete with pyres, lavish grave goods, animal sacrifices, and funeral games, whereas Mycenaean cemeteries across mainland Greece and the islands used inhumation almost exclusively. The rites for Patroclus, including the marked circle and mounded earth, match late Bronze and early Iron Age customs north of the Alps, from the Urnfield horizon to Lusatian, and early tumulus monuments like Seddon and Dautmergen, where burned grave goods still bear fire marks. Attempts to date the cremation scenes to a later age founder on the poem's own metal lore, which insists that iron was not yet the metal of spear and sword in the Trojan War. In short, the Iliad's funerary code aligns with northern barrow cremation, not with Mycenaean burial. Vinci even notes suggestive northern echoes, such as Finnish toponyms on the Vantaa near the Gulf of Finland and prehistoric mounds around Toija, which, whatever one makes of their etymology, fit the broader pattern of Baltic elements embedded in the epic. The Ponto-Baltic corridor emerged in the early Bronze Age in the first half of the second millennium BCE, alongside the Trzyniec culture, a Crimea to Jutland artery that ran from Baltic shores down the Vistula and along the Ukrainian Bug and Bow to the Black Sea, and from this matrix, the Lusatian world took shape and fed directly into the vast Urnfield horizon. Within Central Europe, the sequence from Unetice to the tumulus tradition later adopted cremation, and if Maria Gimbutas is right about that shift, the impulse likely came from the Trzyniec Lusatian sphere, which brought a new funerary religion that other groups, including parts of the Celtic constellation, absorbed, while in the Upper Adriatic, the first Veneti arriving from the north probably met inhumation-oriented tumulus bearers remembered as the Eugenai. The Proto-Venetic signature remains clearest in the Trzyniec network that controlled the Ponto-Baltic Way and in the Veneti along the western Bug in Volhynia, and Lusatian trade kept those southbound ties open through the late Bronze Age via the Vysotsko culture, later through Gordievka in the Venetia region with its rich kurgans, and on to the Cimmerian Bilozerka horizon, proven by large caches of Baltic succinite beads of Tyrans and allumiere types spread from Switzerland to Ukraine, with densest concentrations in Greece and the Adriatic. The Veneti stayed knitted together as long-range merchants, their hubs visible from Fratiscina and Fondo Paviani, where spectroscopic work shows Baltic succinite and workshop debris, to the late Mycenaean Adriatic, which Harding highlighted as crucial for amber traffic, and the few imported sherds in the Po lowlands betray refined clays unlike local fabrics. Rivers were the highways, and the hydronymic palimpsest preserves Venetic footprints, especially the stubborn route built on DN that marks streams across the Vistula Basin and reappears in the Dnieper country, then echoes out to the Atlantic in Brittany's Don, Wales's Donwy and Tridonwy, Ireland's Dun, and Scotland's Devona, once understood as a goddess's river, with the Welsh Don aligned with the Irish Donu. The line these names trace from Ukraine through Poland to the Western Seas matches the maritime range of Venetic sailors, and Bronze Age amber at Hermitage in Armorica, Dartmoor in Devon, and Wessex graves like Boscombe Down shows that Baltic resin reached the Atlantic alongside tin in the Wessex contact zone. Anatolia formed another great crossroads tied into Near Eastern overland webs that pushed east to Asia and India, and even humble commodities like bone moved northward from the Black Sea into Central Europe, a trade faintly mirrored in the Pelops tale that crowns him king among Veneti in Anatolia. From the Pala lands of northern Anatolia, where the Palaic Indo-European language survived in cuneiform until the 13th century BCE, before Casca incursions, one can plausibly imagine a northbound route that later converged with Baltic circuits, and modern scholars have noted links from Palaic to Kermanjki or Zaza spoken in Dersim, a region scarred by 20th century repression. Against the older view that cast Anatolia as non-Indo-European, the linguistic base there was Indo-European, which dovetails with Colin Renfrew's model of an early, largely peaceful spread of Indo-European with farming out of Asia Minor, and with Luca Cavalli Sforza's synthesis that sees Indo-Europeans as a fusion of local European groups and Neolithic migrants from Anatolia moving through southern Russia. Taken together, these lines of evidence situate the Veneti as the Lusatian-leaning branch of a broad Urnfield world, who clung most firmly to that heritage while running the long waterborne chains that stitched the Baltic, the Black Sea, the Adriatic, and the Atlantic into a single trading system. Tiziana d'Aquila's comparative reading of ritual objects and Caucasian folklore points to a sustained Georgian cult of a sun goddess from the 3rd millennium to the 6th century BCE, a setting that frames Svaneti in northwest Georgia, high valleys below peaks such as Ushba, long associated with the Prometheus legend, as a conservatory of very old beliefs. The Svan people, likely the Sani noted by Strabo in Colchis, appear largely continuous in place, yet show toponymic hints of 3rd millennium movements toward the northeastern Black Sea. And though not Venetic, they are anthropologically striking for memories of deities like the Lord of Wolves and the Solar Barbali, and for potential contacts with the Eneti of Paphlagonia. West Georgian Colchis, divided from the east by the Liki Range, anchored this religious landscape with Vani, a prosperous cult center founded in the 8th–7th centuries BCE near the Phocis, while far to the north, the Egtved grave in Denmark, whose strontium signature marks the girl as non-local, likely from Bornholm or southern Germany, reveals a sun disk belt of the 14th century BCE that matches the function and symbolism of Venetic priestesses' belts and suggests a Nordic source for that emblem. The same large openwork sun disks occur in eastern Georgia at Kviratskovoly, near Emtsketa, dating to the 15th to 13th centuries BCE, and bearing an 8-armed swastika regarded as a deeply Georgian solar motif. Bird pendant chains hanging from their lower rim evoke the birds that draw the solar boat, and their exclusive use in women's ritual dress contrasts with male assemblages of Colchian axes, scepters, and horn-shaped rhytons. Funerary practice mirrors this split. Priestesses go to the grave with bright copper-red jewelry and no sacrifice, whereas priests lie beneath cairns with silver-like objects and an ox's head offering, a pairing that signals a male lunar cult set against a female solar cult, much like the astral polarity known among the Hittites. In eastern Kartli, the moon god Armas, likely a local reflex of Hittite Arma, received bull offerings into the 4th century and persisted in the mountains into the 7th before Christianization. And under Achaemenid rule, the iconography of sacred beasts flourished. Lion and bull combat appears on a 5th century BCE gold diadem, while the enduring strength of solar and lunar symbols eased their absorption into early Georgian church facades, where carved sun discs and bullheads survive. Today, the 8-armed sun, the Borgali, is a national sign that figures even on currency. Georgia's place between the Caucasus and Anatolia and on the Black Sea made it both wine land and crossroads for the oldest routes between Europe and the Far East. And Colchis famously won gold by washing alluvial sands through fleeces, a craft wrapped in the Argonaut's tale, in which Jason yokes fire-snorting bronze-hoofed bulls and survives by Medea's crocus ointment, a saffron born in myth from Prometheus's blood spilled on the Caucasus. Later Greek writers imagined the Argo slipping from the Danube into the Adriatic or steering the Bosporus, but tidal hydraulics and chronology make both paths unlikely. As Dimitris Michalopoulos argues, a more credible itinerary runs from the Azov via the Don or Dnieper, beyond the Riphean heights, plausibly read as the Carpathians, across the Pripyat marshes into the Vistula, and down the Warta and Elbe to the North Sea near Cuxhaven. In effect, the amber route by water, which dovetails with archaeological proposals that late Bronze Age gold traditions at Mycenae were energized by nomadic influences moving down the Dnieper corridor into the Aegean. Venetic society was imagined as a set of widening rings built around a core of authority and cult. At the center stood the lord among clan elders, with the chief of each pagus chosen from this tier and a citadel leader known as the Pilpotis, who joined councils of village heads and upheld a principle of mutual obligation. An aristocratic stratum displayed power in processions and feasts and often merged political and priestly roles. Worship was everywhere and structured around water libations, drinking rites, offerings to springs, fire veneration, and funerary ceremonies. A select priesthood presided, likely alongside a college of priestesses attached to sanctuaries with scriptoria, who kept sacred letters and taught writing. Below the cult elite stood the horsemen whose mounted skill defined Venetic warfare. Then the long-distance merchants who secured metals and luxury goods, followed by highly regarded craft workers in ceramics and metal, and finally the fishers, farm laborers, household servants, and manual workers who sustained daily life. Community life rested on the extended household under a male head, though women held comparable dignity and public presence, leading rites around birth, marriage, and festivals, and mastering spinning, weaving, leatherwork, and the gathering of ritual flowers such as yellow ranunculus. Dress marked identity. Early women's attire, known from graves fastened with splendid bronze boat fibulae, and featured lozenge belts of northern stamp in bronze, leather, or cloth, with mid-calf boots reminiscent of Paphlagonian styles. Later images on votive sheets, statuettes, and situlas show calf-length garments under large shawls drawn over shoulders and head, with wealth signaled by spiral armlets, bracelets, rings, earrings, and pendants of amber or glass, and by embossed bronze discs, sometimes gilded. Girls wore protective amulets. Men's graves yield large pins with capped heads for heavy cloaks, serpentine buckles in bronze or iron, and substantial armlets, while later scenes show short tunics trimmed at collar and sleeves, broad belts, weighty studded mantles, wide-brimmed hats or decorated caps, and shoes with lifted toes. Arms and tactics combined elegance and effectiveness. Warriors carried paired spears so they could not be disarmed at once, the blades shaped like bay leaves in honor of Apollo. Swords followed the late Bronze Age antenna type with a double spiral pommel. Shields were round in the manner of hoplites, and helmets took conical or crested forms akin to a horse's mane. Cavalry rode the celebrated Venetia steeds bareback and gave the militia its cutting edge, while swift two-wheeled chariots, often driven by a charioteer for a commander or an aristocrat, served to break lines, wheel behind infantry, and move leaders rapidly, sometimes adorned with paired bird figures and occasionally carrying a noblewoman. Politically, each settlement governed itself day to day, but bound itself to a collective defense. In crisis, the cities of Est, Padua, Vicenza, Oderzo, and Montebelluna coordinated resources and drew on allied Celtic groups such as the Cenomani. The Veneti preferred prosperity through craft and commerce rather than conquest, so their forces were dispersed to colonies and trading outposts, including along the Via Claudia Augusta near Fleece, where dense weapon finds betray a sizable garrison. Domestic architecture favored the materials of river and lagoon, and shows why traces are rare. Houses resembled the lagoon cassoni, their rectangular plans framed by deep-set wooden posts with reed and board walls daubed with packed earth and clay. Steep thatched roofs of bundled reeds were layered and sealed with moss, and low stone borders ringed the exterior. Earthen floors carried woven mats. A central hearth vented through the roof, and stone andirons carved as ram heads held the iron grate to improve the burn. Interiors divided into kitchen, sleeping spaces, storage cellars, and often a small stall fenced with reed. Workrooms adjoined, and a domestic shrine held ritual vessels and offerings. Gardens and orchards around the house supplied vegetables and fruit. Settlement logic followed water. People chose sandy rises, insular flats of the pole sign, or artificial mata-like knolls of sand and stone placed along riverbeds, as at Veronella Alta in the earliest Este horizon. Stratified silts show that around the turn of the first millennium, rainfall increased, rivers flooded, and marsh and aquatic vegetation expanded, anchoring proto-urban centers in the low alluvial plain and tying them by navigable waterways to the wider world. Across the Iron Age, the stony, dry, high plain held few people, while from the 5th century onward, the foothills and uplands filled with compact farmsteads whose charred seed remains show millet, barley, oats, and old wheats alongside beans and lentils grown even on terraces. In the lower plain, broad fields were cut for hay and fodder, wild grape stands were tapped for wine, and aristocratic banquets folded music for lyre and pan flute into their ritual program. Farming followed the rhythm of the land with fallowing cereal legume rotation, selective slash and burn to open new plots, and a constant round of gathering herbs, wild greens, and fruits. Animal bones trace mixed husbandry of poultry, cattle, pigs, sheep, goats, and horses. Pork was the staple meat. Cattle pulled and clothed the household, and sheep supplied wool. Hunters likely drew on tamed wolves or hand-reared pups for speed and scent, while the animals themselves learned to read gestures and calls in a partnership later perfected by dogs. Horses ran half-wild in managed herds and winter stabling, with stallions chosen to guard the purity of the local strain. Mares were rarely exported, so the breed would not spread. Greek and Latin writers remembered these mounts for long rides and ceremonial teams, Homer already placing famed stock in the orbit of Eneti, and Strabo noting brands with a wolf's head that gave the line its wolf breed name. Near the resurgent waters of the Timavo, a cult of Diomedes took white horses as offerings, and paired shrines to Argive Hera and Aetolian Artemis framed a bright and dark path symbolized by white and black equines who lead across the threshold to the beyond. Rivers and lagoons fed a water economy of hooks, nets, and boats, with fish and shellfish turning up in settlements and graves, and shells worn as amulets alongside the odd shark's tooth from Este. Textile work defined women's skilled labor. Spinners drafted wool or flax from the distaff to a whirled spindle to make thread of measured fineness, and expert weavers worked upright looms with clay weights and heddles, much like those on Greek pottery. One name survives as a type of success in that world, Nurka Trostiaia of 3rd century Este, a textile entrepreneur whose grave, rich fabrics, gold and silver, amber and glass, banquet pottery from Attica and Etruria, Celtic jewelry, and a model loom recalling her workshop, speaks to the reach of her trade and to an urban taste that tightened elegant dresses with proud belts to celebrate the body. Yet the picture is not one of uniform cultural replacement. Scholars note a sharp contrast between a lightly Romanized Tridentine Venetic belt in the Adige and a more Romanized Veneto-Istrian zone around Aquileia and Forum Julii. Veteran graves in alpine valleys preserve indigenous name forms without full Roman patronymics. Many discharged locals returned home with only partial adoption of Roman habits, while outsiders invested their severance in the booming lowlands. Luxurious villas that look Roman often belonged to Venetic merchants copying metropolitan taste. Funerary epigraphy at Est shows a gradual shift rather than a rupture, moving from Venetic language and script to Venetic written in Latin letters to fully Latin texts that still retained native personal names and cremation in urn fields. Prominent gentes, such as the Eni, Rutili, Titini, and Emili, appear to be local families adopting Roman naming practice rather than immigrants replacing the population, even if elsewhere some graves display unmistakably Roman goods. In short, the Venetia was colonized in law and infrastructure and deeply Romanized in culture, but the social body and many traditions persisted beneath the imperial veneer. One of the clearest signs that Roman influence never erased local identity is the way a polity with distinctly Venetic traits reappeared soon after, when Paolo Lucio Anafesto became Dux Veneticorum in 697, and the lagoon communities shifted from tribunes to a duchy with its first seat at Heracliana in the lower Piave. That lagoon world had deep roots. In the late Roman chaos, inland peoples moved on to the marsh islands that once formed a continuous belt from the Po to the Isonzo, and the archaeology of the Aquileia lowland shows dense Bronze Age settlement aligned on springs and waterways long before formal Venetic ethnonyms, with ceramics reflecting Karst Castiglieri, Veneto Paduan, and Middle Danube Urnfield styles. Aquileia was wrecked by Attila in 452. Then environmental shocks altered the hydrology, and the site was largely abandoned. Only centuries later did a reduced community rebuild its church and sketch the first constitutions of the Patriarchate. Any fair account of Venetic ethnogenesis must reckon not only with Rome, but also with Northborn Goths and Lombards, Frankish power, Byzantine administration, Celtic pressure on the borders, and the cross-cutting force of Christianization, which, unlike earlier Roman tolerance, drove an aggressive purge of old cults and likely destroyed much indigenous writing out of fear that even unreadable texts preserved pagan lore. In broad outline, the Veneto-Istrian zone around Aquileia saw true colonization with land redistribution and new populations, while the Tridentine Veneto belt underwent a slower cultural assimilation that left long-lived habits intact. Ancient observers still recognized a distinct Venetic profile under Augustus, and later population turnover in the uplands seems to have been a staggered post-classical process. The traffic between Venetia and Rome ran both ways. Venetic society and language predate the city on the Tiber, and the paired Trojan legends that link Antenor to Padua and Aeneas to Rome mirror movements that followed the collapse of Mycenaean sea power, with archaeology placing the Este culture in the 10th century before Rome's traditional foundation. Early contacts surface in Latium among the Venetulani and in hut urn traditions with northern ties along the lower Vistula, while linguistic comparison shows Venetic as an independent Indo-European tongue, sharing notable isoglosses with Latin and contributing to the mix that produced archaic Latin, before a later counterflow from Latin into Venetic after the mid-2nd century. On the ground, Venetic expertise shaped northern landscapes through a rigorously planned grid of roads and irrigation north of Padua, later mislabeled Roman, and Roman highways often formalized routes already laid out by local engineers. Cultural exchange continued at the highest level, from the Paduan historian Livy opening Rome's story with Venetic origins to shared symbols like the wolf shadowing Rhaetia and Rhea Silvia, reminders that beneath imperial veneers, the region's own memory and institutions endured and, in time, reasserted themselves in the lagoon state that would become Venice. Catullus, the sharp-tongued Veronese poet of the Valerii line, built his fame on the sting of feeling and the bite of satire, distilling his own divided heart into the stark admission that love and hatred can ravage a person at once, then turning that same ferocity on the politics of his day. His poems often side-eyed Caesar, not so much with programmatic opposition, as with a conservative's weary disgust at the sudden elevation of the regime's creatures, and he used Nonius and Vatinius as emblems of a city where shabby men vaulted into high office, framing their ascent as proof that a decent man might as well die rather than waste breath protesting corruption or courting poison. The bitterness deepens in his attacks on Mamurra, a contractor fattened by Caesar's campaigns, whose marble-clad mansion on the Caelian became shorthand for obscene enrichment. Catullus lashes both man and patron in a single stroke, flinging sexual slurs that Romans read as indelible stains on honor, only to later soften and accept Caesar's dinner invitation without retracting his portrait of a city debased by appetites. Britain, the far edge of the world in Roman imagination, keeps surfacing in his verse as a touchstone for the costs of conquest and the lengths power will travel to feed its favorites. The same distant island appears again when he sends Furius and Aurelius off through a catalogue of ends of the earth to carry a curt farewell to Lesbia, The beloved he renames from Sappho's isle and exposes as capricious, telling her to revel with her crowd of lovers while the flower of his love lies cut by the passing plow. Even his closing jibes, tossed at Otho's pinched head, Harius's muddy shins, Libo's airy emissions, and Cephissus's over-lacquered age, turn back toward the emperor with a last, needling promise that his blameless iambics will sting again, the final word of a poet who made private passion and public rancor rhyme. In the northeast of Italy, Caesar saw a hinge of power and returned to it often, wintering legions at Aquileia and reshaping the urban map by raising Oderzo to municipium and founding Forum Iuli at Cividale and Iulium Carnicum at Zuglio. Under Augustus, the surrounding lands were later portioned out to veterans, cementing Roman presence. The military logic predated Caesar. By the early 2nd century BCE, Rome already dominated most of northern Italy, had broken Istrian resistance in wars justified as a campaign against piracy, and, under cover of that policy, planted a great colony at Aquileia. From this base, Rome could command the head of the Adriatic, strike toward Noricum and Pannonia, and shield Alpine passes from Celtic pressure. In Caesar's day, the Tarici and Carni supplied recruits rather than threats. Yet he tightened his grip on Friuli to wedge Roman authority between Adriatic and Slovenian Veneti and to capture their trade. Aquileia seized the amber business, importing northern succinite, carving it and sending it back into the empire, a flow Tacitus links to the Iesti. In 58 BCE, Caesar stationed 3 legions there, advertising his ambition and using the advance of Burebista's Dacians as pretext for a planned thrust across the Carnic Alps toward the Danube. When that danger ebbed, he turned west in 56 BCE to crush the Armorican Veneti and pry the tin root from their hands. The Venetia communities did not unite against him. Their commerce leaned toward Central and Northern Europe rather than Pompey's eastern sphere, and Caesar courted them with the Transpadane program, extending citizenship and municipal law to their chief towns, while guiding them toward full integration. In the civil war of 49 BCE, they chose his side, a choice sealed in blood at Curicta, where Opitergian troops reportedly killed themselves rather than yield to Pompey. The late Paduan rising against Mark Antony, heir to Caesar's monarchical designs, came to nothing, and the region's autonomy gave way to a Roman order built on roads, colonies, and the deliberate capture of trade. Lake Van, vast and high in the Armenian quarter of Anatolia, appears in Kurdish as Bera Wane, and its name has inspired bold theories about an early Venetic homeland, from Jožko Šavli's reading of Van as a hint of paradise in Este inscriptions, to Carlo Forin's proposal that a Veneti cradle near Van sent migrants northwest toward Paphlagonia. Ancient echoes thread through the region. Strabo speaks of the Hanaeti as white Syrians, and Hittite records preserve a puzzling ethnonym that sounds strikingly Venetic, rendered as Wanatiata, whose identity remains obscure. What is clearer is the deep association between Anatolia and elite horse culture, captured in the very name of the Isua realm. Remembered as the land of horses, set along the upper Euphrates between the Anti-Taurus to the south and the plains that run toward the Black Sea. In the first millennium before our era, Isua lay among Hittites, Urartians, Hattians, and Hurrians, and though its people left no texts of their own, the vocabulary of horsemanship there shows strong Indo-European color, suggesting kinship with the Luvi or similar groups. Isua's world was tied to Mitanni, the northern Mesopotamian kingdom that stretched from Lake Van across to the Zagros, and was ruled by an Indo-Aryan military aristocracy embedded among the Hurrians, a milieu that produced the famous horse training manual preserved at Hattusa. Over this cultural horizon loomed Teshub, the Hurrian lord of sky and storm, whose power was imaged in the bull and the horned crown, and whose chariot, in myth, was drawn by the paired bulls Seri and Hurri, embodiments of day and night. In 13th century Venice, the patriciate still rallied first around its great houses rather than a single civic emblem, since status and identity flowed through the lineage coat of arms, and the doge held prestige more than sweeping power. Over time, an emblem that could bind the whole populace in peace and war became desirable, and the winged lion emerged as the sign of choice. Its crimson field with gold echoes imperial Byzantine textiles, and the 6 streaming tails recall the city's 6 sestieri, just as the gondola's iron prow does. 2 strands converge in this banner, its later official adoption by the Serenissima, and an older, deeper, mythic current. Venice's earliest patron had been Theodore of Amasya, a soldier saint linked by tradition to Paphlagonia. But once St. Mark was embraced, his evangelist symbol, the lion, took pride of place, accompanied by the familiar greeting of peace that medieval legend attached to him. Yet the lion long predated the Christian layer. The bronze on the Piazzetta, facing the Doge's palace, is a pre-Christian piece from the 4th century before the Common Era, likely imported from an Anatolian sanctuary. Traces suggest it once wore horns, a motif also carved in Paphlagonia. Without knowing it, 14th century Venetians may have echoed imagery their distant Venetic forebears had already cast in bronze, as on the Benvenuti Situla and other votives. Symbolically, the city staged a dialogue of powers. In Venice, bull baiting in Campo San Polo, the horned doge's cap of Phrygian profile, and the Anatolian theme of lion against bull all spoke to an ancient grammar of virility, appetite, and rule. Across the Near East, the lion attended a mother deity, the seated figure between felines at Çatalhöyük, the Egyptian Kadesh astride a lion, Cybele with her beast, Ishtar with a lion beneath her foot, Astarte with her feline, and the radiant Durga riding hers. And Venetian painters later folded that inheritance into scenes of the city as a crowned woman flanked by her lion while Neptune pours out plenty. The lion's wings, too, carry Mesopotamian memory. Babylon knew a feathered, taloned lion known as Anzu, woven into myths of cosmic contest for the Tablet of Destinies, kin to the vast tale of Tiamat, where the sea-mother of chaos rises from mingled waters until the victorious god halves her to roof the heavens. In that deep river of images, the winged lion of Venice is both civic badge and a survivor of very old stories about order wrested from the roaring dark. It is reasonable to imagine that the Venetians crowned their leading figure with the most intimate emblem of their tradition, and the ducal horn makes sense as that layered sign. To grasp what it meant, you have to step back to a Bronze Age horizon where a sun-centered high god and the myth of the solar boat set the tone, later balanced by a partner in the moon. Across the north and east of Europe, the lunar bridegroom Menolis stands beside the sun goddess Sol, and his very name echoes an Indo-Aryan root for the moon that also shapes the Anatolian god Men, the measurer of months, shown with a bull and a forward-tilting cap. That cap, the ancestor of the Doge's headgear, began as a priestly Phrygian hood cut from a kid goat's skin so the forelegs formed its projecting tip. Adopted in Persia, seen on Byzantine soldiers, granted in Rome as the cap of freedom, it crowns Mithras as he brings down the bull and marks Attis, whose self-wounding mirrors the moon's ebbing light. In the older Near Eastern imagination, the bull belongs to the night's orb. Babylon honored Sin as a lunar god, and Greek drama hails Dionysus as horned and mighty, a power with deep lunar undertones. Along the Black Sea, this language of symbols stayed alive. The kingdom of Pontus, born from Paphlagonia, revered Men-Pharnaku and the great mother Ma even as the coasts turned Hellenic, and earlier Pala peoples offered bulls to their sky lord Zaparwa. The circle tightens around the Venetian crest, a horned cap, a moon-marked bull, a lineage of rites that traveled from Anatolia into the Adriatic. The same logic appears far to the east, where Shiva, the dancer of change, bears the crescent and enacts the severing that sends power down into the earth and up towards the heavens. Read this way: the Doge's horn is not an oddity of costume, but the tip of an old cosmology. Lunar virility allied to sovereign measure, stamped on the brow of the Venetian state. The wisest people live with lucid uncertainty, aware that most convictions resist proof, and the few that are provable will be revised by new tools and vantage points. By that measure, daily life is steered as much by the irrational as by reason. Rereading Europe through a Venetic lens can open unsuspected seams of insight. Much as Strabo's praise of ancient voyaging frames the Argonauts not as pure myth, but as navigators on a very real Ponto-Baltic corridor. After leaving Colchis, their route plausibly skirted the Sea of Azov and its Myotis marshes, crossed paths with blood rites of Tauro-Scythians, then pushed up either the Don or, more likely for its breadth and calm flow, the Dnieper, dragging the hull across the Pripyat wetlands, finding the western Bug, and slipping into the Vistula to reach the northern horizons of the Hyperboreans and the Sea of Kronos, in effect shadowing an amber road long frequented by Veneti communities. The larger question of Venetic origins remains unresolved, much like the parallel debate over the Etruscans, and modern genetics has not settled it. Heavy reliance on mitochondrial DNA has yielded inconsistent signals, from suggestions of Eastern Mediterranean input to readings that push any Anatolian connection far earlier than Etruscan history, whereas lineage markers on the paternal side would speak more directly to population movements. Beyond haplogroups, the uneven geography of rare diseases hints at old pathways and enclaves. Arrhythmogenic right ventricular dysplasia peaks in Veneto and also appears unusually in Brittany and Poland, with a secondary cluster in Cyclades territories shaped by medieval Venetian rule, an intriguing but indirect tracer that invites careful mapping rather than simplistic ethnic claims. Such epidemiology is observational rather than therapeutic, yet it can sharpen diagnosis, as with the high local frequency of autoimmune polyendocrine syndrome around Vicenza and Bassano, and it underscores how true prevalence requires counting people of Veneto origin wherever they are treated, not just residents of the region. Even enzyme deficiencies like favism, common in the Po Delta and unexpectedly present at low levels in Poland, could become more informative if researchers look past generic Mediterranean variants to mutations that recur in Veneto families. Like tracks made visible in a bubble chamber, these patterns do not prove a single story by themselves, but together they suggest that revisiting roots, rivers, and risks from a Venetic point of view may bring submerged histories to the surface. A quick scan of Breton health data suggests that hemochromatosis, spina bifida, and myotonic dystrophy type 1 are unusually common, while along the Vistula, the Kashubians, often viewed as heirs to the Pomeranian and ultimately Lusatian cultural horizon, offer a revealing genetic case study. Although their Y chromosome profile is broadly Polish, founder effects have concentrated certain disease variants, including a region-defining mutation in podocin for steroid-resistant nephrotic syndrome, elevated rates of familial hypercholesterolemia, hereditary breast and ovarian cancer, and a striking rise in long-chain 3-hydroxyacyl-CoA dehydrogenase deficiency. Globally, about 1 in 250,000 births, Poland around 1 in 115,000, and Pomerania near 1 in 20,000, with the burden highest among Kashubians. By contrast, newborn screening across 5 provinces in Veneto has found LCHAD to be vanishingly rare. Such population-specific signals could, if mirrored in Venetans, help trace deep connections despite admixture, though Kashubian paternal timelines align closely with the historical Slavic expansions of the 5th and 6th centuries rather than the older Lusatian horizon. Progress is hampered by thin epidemiology. Regional rare disease registries are often unhelpful, and by the fact that cremation destroys Venetic ancient DNA, limiting direct haplogroup work to the earliest inhumations after Christianization. Precisely because haplogroups can fade with later gene flow while pathogenic variants may persist in descendant populations, rare disease genetics may complement lineage markers as a longer-lasting tracer of vanished communities, and the two approaches could soon converge to clarify whether Venetic origins were chiefly local or tied to Baltic-Anatolian corridors. Any such inquiry sits within a wider cultural frame. The Urnfield world that seeded the Adriatic Veneti shows a remarkably coherent religious package, suggesting a deliberate diffusion of beliefs assembled from older European traditions into a unified system. Interpreting that system demands methodological modesty. Positivist history falters where records are absent or tendentious. Linguistics is powerful yet probabilistic, and archaeology toggles between processual models that test big hypotheses and post-processual cautions about observer bias, now buttressed by technologies from aerial survey to radiocarbon dating. Those tools have already reshaped grand narratives, as when Renfrew used radiocarbon to argue for a Neolithic spread of Indo-European from Anatolia through farming, a view that better matches many genetic timelines than the purely steppe warband model. Within this mosaic, Venetic Slavic linguistic echoes, such as marriage-derived feminine forms in ne and marketplace words that link the Venetic toponyms of Oderzo with the Slavic term for market, and even possible reflections in Treviso's older name, fit long-standing contact along amber routes rather than a late folk movement. Jadranka Gvozdanovich's work tying Breton Venetais, Venetic, and a Slavic substrate underscores how river networks, trade, and cult can braid languages and identities over millennia. The emerging anthropology of the Veneti invites exactly this kind of cross-disciplinary courage to let genetics, epidemiology, myth, language, and material culture speak together, and to test the bold idea that the many Venetic names scattered across Europe once marked a real, if varied, cultural unity.